1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
to speak during of the Board of Education for January 26, 2021 is called to order. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on has been posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28 and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the district website for replay times. Welcome everyone to tonight's meeting. Thank you for your patience. We were in an executive session before this and it took us a little while to migrate over. We are beginning tonight with the consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you would like to pull, we will set those aside for discussion and vote at the end of meeting. If there's just an item you want to comment on, we can do that after the consent agenda is before us. Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
The resolution for the minutes was updated early afternoon, but has been posted.
All right, thank you. Board members, are there any items you would like to pull from the consent agenda? Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Is there a second? All right, two people spoke. I recognized Amy's voice. So Director Bailey moves and Director Constam seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda?
I just had a quick question that I did ask in advance to Deputy Superintendent Hertz, but it wasn't with a lot of advance notice, so it wasn't with an question. It wasn't with in time for an answer, and it was regarding the CAMFIL air filters in the district buildings that we have a contract for on tonight's agenda, and I was wondering if those were as part of the sort of COVID air quality and filter issues that is being put in place for our buildings.
Is Deputy Hertz here with us?
She should be on her way over.
All right, she is in, the limbo between attendee and panelist.
Good evening. Yes, I'm here with you. It's just thank you for having me join you in the room. So the CAMFIL is a service to replace filters. We have about 8,000 of them. And it's a contract that went out on an RFP process, and they were our old provider, and this is they won a new award of the latest RFP. And so this is our ongoing regular maintenance, but at the same time we are also upgrading our HVAC system. So this it's in essence both, but mainly this is our regular contract for replacing filters on a regular basis.
Yeah, just with both the regular filters and what we're doing over and above for COVID. Is this part of it, or is there some other piece of work that's also happening?
There's lots of other work that's happening. It's not necessarily related to this contract.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other board discussion? Nathaniel?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the minutes and it looks like in the 12:15 minutes, I'm not included, and in the 1:05 minutes, I'm recorded as taking a incorrect votes twice.
Okay. The 12:15 was just an oversight. Which votes were incorrect?
So if I recall correctly, I abstained on the question of resolution 6222 and voted yes on amending resolution 6222. I voted to abstain, and I voted yes on adopting resolution 6222.
Ms. Bradshaw, do you want to take them back and correct them and then bring them to the next meeting for approval?
Yes.
So we will not be approving the minutes. We'll pull those from the consent agenda and have them corrected. Thank you for bringing that up, Student Representative Shu. Is there any other comment on the consent agenda? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on the consent agenda?
No.
All right, and the minutes, I need to pull up my board books. Which resolution was the minutes, Kara?
They were resolution 6233.
Okay, so the board will now vote on resolutions 6230 through 6232 and resolutions 6234 and 6235. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate.
Sorry, Haley, I was looking at something. You said 6235. I think it only goes through 6234 unless I'm missing one.
Oh, sorry. My fault. Okay.
In which case, if it's just through 6234, I'll vote yes.
All right, so let's scratch that vote we just did and let me say it correctly. The board will now vote on resolutions 6230, 6231, 6232, and 6234. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, we turn now to student and public comment. Before we begin, I would like to review our guidelines for comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments. Public input informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you would like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Again, that's public, all one word, @pps.net. Please make sure when you begin your comment that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will hear sound after those 3 minutes, which means it is time to conclude your comments. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student and public comment?
We do. We'll start with Maribel Oliver, and I believe they should be on their way.
Hi, my name is Maribel Oliver. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I'm a 5th grader at Laurelhurst Elementary. Thank you for letting me speak here. I'm here today because I would like the schools in Portland to open. I think I have a unique perspective about this topic and would like to hear what I have to say. These are some issues I'm having with online school. 1. In my classroom, it was easy to do work because if I had a problem, I could just walk right up to my teacher and ask for help. Now it's hard to get help when I need it. I can't go to ask him for help unless I'm on a call, which is only a couple hours every day. Email doesn't work well for this. Number 2, the school does not teach me a lot. Instead, we are spending a lot of time on the same assignments. This may be because the assignments are hard to give online. Do not reassure yourself by thinking that I'm the only kid like this. I know I'm not, and I think we all know that. My brother, who's in 3rd grade and who's also at Laurelhurst Elementary, is struggling in school because it's hard for him to pay much attention. The kids may be playing with the background on their screens and doing who knows what else. He also doesn't feel comfortable with his camera on. He's a smart kid who normally would participate, but now it's even harder. These are very real concerns. I am getting anxious around assignments because I'm scared to ask for help. I don't really have a full idea why, but I think that is because the assignments are more confusing on a document and I can't just go ask what I want to know about like I could in school. Another thing I've heard about is that other kids are dying from depression about online school. It may have been hard for them to live because they can't see much of their friends or can't get caught up on assignments and are getting bad grades. I like to mention that I have heard talk of teachers worried that they can't trust their students to wear a mask and socially distance if we came back. Who thinks so low of their students? We are more than a face on their screen. We depend on teachers to be role models and to help us learn. Teachers also remind us to be quiet, to pay attention, and soon to keep our masks on. I wear a mask every day, all day in my school pod, and my little brother does too. Every kid has if they live in Oregon and took a walk or went to a store for the past few months. They had to. It's the law right now. I have heard that other districts like Bend, Oregon are opening up, but not Portland. All I have to say about this is that it makes Portland look so bad. I wish that we could go to school just like them. Is it really so difficult? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Maribel.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having your camera on. That was very brave. Ms. Bradshaw, what further public comment do we have? All right, Kara. Sorry.
Yes,
What
sorry.
further public comment do we have? I know you're managing a lot on that end of things.
We have Monty Vanstrom. You there, Ronnie?
Hello,
Wait. Are they talking?
my name is Amani Branstrom, Branstrom, and I'm a fifth grade at Creston Elementary School. I prefer the pronouns he and him. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I started Creston in first grade at the same time my older brother, Brillig, started in sixth grade. We both liked our small school, the teachers and our classmates, but my brother was frustrated that there were very few opportunities to take electives as a middle schooler in comparison to other schools. Our cousin attended Jackson Middle School just across the river in Southwest Portland, and they have over a dozen electives to choose from every year. Creston has 3. For a few years, I have been told that Creston was going to be changed to a K-5 school, and I would be going to Kellogg for middle school. I was excited to be able to move to a brand new school with my Creston classmates and have a real middle school experience. Finding out that Portland Public Schools made the decision to leave Creston off the list of schools and programs moving to Kellogg next year made me upset. I meant that, like my brother, I was going to be stuck with few electives and fun opportunities. I am happy to find out that the board of directors has a new proposal to vote on tonight that includes Creston students in the plans to go to Kellogg Middle School next year. But now that I'm sad that it doesn't include all Creston students. I hope you'll vote yes on changing Creston to a K-5 school next year, but also that you won't change the boundary lines, so that next time we meet, I can tell you about the cool electives all my friends from Creston and I are taking at Kellogg Middle School. Mute.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amani.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradshaw, you're muted.
Oh, well, we have Avery Coates.
Hello, my name is Avery Coates. I'm 11 years old. I'm a 6th grade student at Creston. Thank you for listening to me speak tonight. This year has been really hard with COVID. We haven't been able to be together as a whole class since last March, and I really miss all my friends. To split our class of 35 kids, so 8 kids would go to Hosford and the rest go to Kellogg, is so unfair. I would be one of those going to Kellogg, but I have friends who would be split off and go into a school that is full, where they would be with kids who already had a year of middle school together. It sucks. We know that having a middle school is better for us than the school options at Creston, We don't have a wood shop or so many other things that middle school students get. So I'm glad you are saying you will send Creston to a middle school, but it's just as important to not split us up from our friends. My two younger brothers and I have watched Kellogg be built. We were excited it would be our middle school. To take that away from some of my friends and not others would make me feel really bad. My brother in fourth grade might end up going to Hosford when I'm going to Kellogg. This is really confusing, and I know my brother wants to be in the same school as me. Thanks.
Am I able to share this time with my student and say a statement as well? Is that appropriate?
I did have you signed up as well, so I was just going to have you go next since you're already
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Do I have 3 minutes as well? I'm sorry, just to clarify. Okay, thank you. Hi there, my name is Kate Coates. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a parent to 3 Creston kids. And while I thank the PPS board for the decision to convert Creston to a K-5 in August 2021, I'm also still advocating for our middle school cohort to remain intact and transition to Kellogg together. Sending 24 students with only 8 in my son's 6th grade class to Hosford and putting Hosford well over enrollment whilst leaving Kellogg with space to accommodate potential new students seems outrageous. If you're rewarding families who have chosen to leave their neighborhood schools only to return when they think the offerings are good enough, this really calls into question PPS's stated district policy goal of prioritizing neighborhood programs. To send all of our kids to our neighborhood middle school would see Kellogg's enrollment at a lower enrollment than Hosford's before even considering any additional Creston students. The north-south split also makes no sense for our community and would continue to compound racial and socio-economic inequality in Southeast. I wish that PPS would commit to doing the heavy lifting and thoughtful grassroots engagement with families in each school community directly affected by these enormous changes. Putting this decision in the hands of a coalition of inherently biased volunteer parents without adequate community outreach and without an unbiased moderator involved it's simply irresponsible. The result of this dereliction has pitted neighborhoods against each other in a battle for a fair education for all of our kids, something that was avoidable and will be lastingly disruptive to Southeast Portland as a whole. Harrison Park will be left under-enrolled for years to come due to these decisions, and it proves PPS's inconsistency in prioritizing racial equity and social justice as a focus for all of its decisions. We have repeatedly heard from PPS and the Southeast Guiding Coalition that these decisions were reached by looking through this equity lens, and yet the dominant voices seem to be privileged white parents, as I am aware I am myself. But many of the native-speaking Chinese, Spanish communities have expressed that they do not want consolidated DLI programs, which leaves many of us feeling that this proposal has always been a foregone conclusion. If this is the case, then I do assume that DLI programs will need to be consolidated at the elementary school grades also during phase 2. These responses can't be true for middle school and not true for elementary, surely. In all of this, let us not forget that these are our children. These are our kids' lives. All PPS's students have experienced some degree of isolation, loss, stress, and fear in these last 11 months. Do we really think that this is in the best interest of their emotional well-being to cause further upheaval in their education, particularly when they're vulnerable tweens and young teens? I thank you for listening to me tonight. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this so far, and I look forward to seeing ethical changes in this process going forward to ensure equitable education for all of PPS's students. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Tyler Bechtel.
Yes, good evening. And for the record, my name is Tyler Bechtel, Bechtel. And I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a 6th grader at Creston. Thank you for hearing my testimony tonight. I'm here to advocate for the entire Creston community by urging you to pass the corrected resolution 6236 with an amendment to section 2 of the resolution specifying that all Creston students will go to Kellogg. Before I advocate for Creston, though, I'd like to advocate for the entire Southeast community and speak to the board about the process by which this resolution came before you today. The coalition met 12 times from September 2020 to present, inadequate when compared to the previous DBRAC process, which met 37 times with 18 community meetings. This joint effort included community partners in multiple languages. The coalition's meetings were held virtually and excluded anyone without access to technology, persons who did not speak English, or were unable to dedicate up to 3 hours an evening to watch live streamed meetings. The vast majority of the decisions and deliberations were made behind virtual closed doors in breakout sessions that were not viewable by the general public. The breakout sessions were often over half the allotted time, 2.5 to 3 hours. And there are few recordings, transcripts, or meetings of these breakout sessions. This is a violation of Oregon Public Meetings Law and troubling in a time when equity and access to government and transparency are paramount. Per board policy, boundary changes must be approved by January for the next school year. We've all known Kellogg was being built for a while, so I'd like the board to ask PPS why such far-reaching decisions are being brought to you at the last meeting of the last possible month. PPS has a history of shortchanging neighborhood schools and its most underserved populations. Once again, PPS, through the coalition, is prioritizing focus and immersion options, which is troubling when we acknowledge that the lottery-focused system primarily benefits white affluent students. As presented to the coalition, DLI programs also serve the same affluence in middle school as underserved populations often migrate out of those DLI programs. The coalition fails to acknowledge this by recommending the DLI students from 2 schools with a lower percentage of free lunch eligible students go to Kellogg, while the resolution before you today seeks to split 24 students from the Creston cohort where we are 26.5% free lunch eligible and send them to Hosford. PPS needs to stop prioritizing immersion and focus options over neighborhood schools. The coalition proposed capping the capacity of Kellogg to 80% to leave room for enrollment spikes that many new schools experience. This assumption reserves seats for possible students and provides PPS a cushion, while Creston students get a hard lesson as well as proposed yesterday to us parents. 24 of them are removed from their community. I strongly urge you to adopt Resolution 6236 as corrected with an amendment that will send all Creston students to Kellogg. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Kim McCarthy.
Good evening. This is Kim McCarty. I'm coming to you from Shu Ren. We are, I'm the vice president along with Maggie Berg. We are a parent organization that represents Woodstock Elementary, Hosford Middle School, and Cleveland High School, and specifically the Mandarin immersion programs at those 3 schools. We come today to talk about the guidance around the Southeast schools, and really just to repeat what we've been saying all along, that first, during phase 1, we felt that our Chinese and all language-specific households were not given the kind of access that they needed. Specifically, we were expecting, as an example, invitations to meetings to be translated, documents at the meetings to be translated, interpreters at the meetings to be present. And while there were focus groups, and there was some specific language-specific outreach, in many cases, in most cases, it was inadequate. It was not timely, and we really impress upon PPS to do better. We understand that, and we feel heard that in phase 1, the complexity of dealing with the dual language immersion programs and this decision regarding Kellogg was too much. And so we are hopeful that we will be invited to phase 2. We are hopeful that PPS will make an effort to reach out to especially our Black and Indigenous and Native speaking communities to be a part of that process and that decision making. And then when they speak up, when we speak up, that we are listened to, because we feel that has not been the case, and that more weight is given to those voices. I feel that there's some contradiction about who is in the dual language programs. My children are at Woodstock Elementary. They've been at Hosford and Cleveland. Most of their classes are majority people of color. And it is a decision that we've made, and there are many sacrifices that the kids have made to be a part of this program. We feel it is a great privilege, and we're grateful to be a part of such a program. But it's also deeply troubling that these programs would shuffle what I believe are majority BIPOC students around from place to place, especially when this is a place where students have not been displaced. Woodstock Elementary has a program with over a 20-year history. And I'm here to convey, as a co-chair, some of the sentiments that I've heard from those families, that of course, they would like the stability of having the progression of Woodstock, Hosford, Cleveland to be preserved. But they also understand that we're here to, say what would be our preference, but also it's a larger conversation for everyone in Portland Public Schools, everyone in the city. And we really do need to center first and foremost these decisions on the people that will be impacted most. And in this case, we feel that that's our Black and Indigenous communities and our Native speakers. And then most recently, I know there's a decision regarding Creston Elementary, and we just ask that the board think about whatever decisions are made today, do not lock in and prevent new decisions being made during phase 2. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. We have Carrie Babin. Carrie, you're muted still.
Sorry, Carrie Babin. She, her, I have 3 kids at Creston, and I'm speaking in regard to the enrollment and program balancing process. The only way for PPS to achieve educational excellence while addressing racial equity and social justice is to establish robust neighborhood programs across the district. Unfortunately, phase 1 of the enrollment and program balancing process, the district has chosen to prioritize lottery-only DLI programs at the expense of neighborhood schools. While DLI programs are intended to serve our non-English speakers, they also serve a large portion of privileged class in our district and are not accessible to every English language learner. This is supposed to be a data-driven process, but with the exception of Lent, the Lent DLI program, the Spanish DLI programs in PPS are made up of higher SES students than the neighborhood programs of Bridger, Lent, Harrison Park, Arletta, Marysville, and Creston. In addition, these neighborhood schools serve more diverse community than the DLI programs. This data comes from the Kellogg Middle School recommendation options presented on December 10th. However, the DLI programs have been given priority placement at Kellogg Middle School, while Creston and Bridger neighborhood students will be subject to split feeder patterns. And in the case of Bridger and Harrison Park, they're required to wait an entire year before they will be given equal access to equitable middle school programming. As a Creston parent, I am relieved that after our proposal, that the proposal will now offer a clear path to middle school students to a middle school. However, all Southeast Portland students deserve access to an equitable middle grades education, and neighborhood cohorts should absolutely be kept together whenever possible. The district's recommendation of concentrating Bridger, Lent, and eventually Atkinson's DLI programs in Kellogg come at the expense of the neighborhood students, and as a result, neighborhood programs are pitted against each other in Southeast for resources. One of the many wonderful things about a neighborhood school is that everyone is welcome. Any kid who walks in to Creston that lives in our neighborhood on any given day gets a seat in a classroom. There's no application. There's no pre-qualifications. There's no required test scores, regardless of your native language, your immigration status, your income, your special education requirements, or your learning disability. Neighborhood schools are accessible to everyone, and they are built on community. I know that as school advocates, you and the board are well aware of the value of neighborhood schools, but in this moment, I truly wonder if our district leaders are. My request to the board is that you remind district leadership, especially now as we enter the challenges of boundary adjustments in phase 2, that our only path to equity and educational success is through strong neighborhood programming. Focus options and dual language immersion programs may have their place, but not at the expense of neighborhood schools. I ask that you reconsider split feeder patterns for Creston Elementary, and the program for Bridger as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have Mariah Apolito.
Hi there, can you see me? Okay. My name is Mariah Apolito, and that's Apolito, and my pronouns are she and her. And I'm a parent of 2 students at Creston, and I am not a public speaker. I'm kind of nervous, so I apologize about if I stumble at all. But I am also a licensed counselor, and I have worked in the past for years at Morrison Child and Family Services with a lot of kids ages 3 to 18. And I talked with their parents, I talked with their school counselors, and time again, it came up that it was peer interactions and it was electives and not the main core classes that would keep kids engaged and excited about school. And in some cases, those were the things that made all the difference between kids staying in school and leaving, not attending. And I'm really relieved that PPS is proposing that Creston convert to a K-5 in the fall, and that our kids at Creston will be able to go to a middle school because we have far fewer electives available to them. And I feel like that will really help our kids have equal opportunities for success and for excitement about being in school for years to come. So thank you for listening to us about that. But I really also feel that it's equally important, if not more important, that our kids have deep connections that last long with their peers that they've started with since the beginning. Particularly in middle school, friendships become so important to their social and their emotional health. And I really strongly believe that our Creston kids need to stay together as a cohort. It's really been a rough year on our kids mental health wise, to be isolated from each other. And so keeping them together should be a top priority. We need to support them by keeping them in a stable school community where they can be with their friends. It's PPS's job, I believe, to uphold the bond that we all voted for to focus on Kellogg as our middle school, or at least when I voted for that bond, it was with the expectation that my kids would go to Kellogg. That was always what was discussed. And it feels like a bait and switch that our kids are now potentially going to be split up or sent somewhere else. And it sends a weird message to hold space at Kellogg for kids in private and charter schools whose parents have not until this point chosen to be part of our neighborhood school system. And then we are pushed out who have been part of this community. And so I feel it's very important that our kids go to Kellogg Middle School together as a group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Melissa Babison, and I did not move her over yet, so she's coming right now. Sorry.
All right. Hello. My name is Melissa Babison. My last name is Babasin, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a parent to 2 Franklin High School students and a 7th grader at Creston Elementary. And just like Mariah, I am nervous and not a public speaker. So here I go. I am very new to learning the systems in place for PPS and what role the board even plays in advocating for our communities. I'm trying to learn how this all works. It's incredibly intimidating to engage. And honestly, this feels like it takes so much work just to know where to go to educate myself about all this, not to mention that I work full time. From my perspective, it feels that there are people just at the top making decisions for the smaller voices here on the bottom. I know this is not true, but this is how I feel, coming from a place of not knowing how the system works. I know the goal is equity. I see a large gap between those less active in the community and those involved making big decisions. I'm learning more and I'm trying to educate myself on how to be involved, how to advocate for my kids as well as for all kids, especially those with little opportunity to be heard. I found that I'm losing trust in PPS from past and now present decisions in handling the big and the small issues regarding our children. I'm disappointed. Being new to this and learning, it's really hard to watch this gap. I know you, I hope that you can hear my voice and consider ways to better communicate and find ways to maybe bridge this gap moving forward. One big concern I've heard in regarding the Kellogg opening is that there will be a projected surge in enrollment. I'm worried that if the proposal to split the Creston Middle School kids approves, that this will break some of our kids emotionally and mentally, as well as reinforce the narrative that PPS does not care about small neighborhood schools or the families that actually choose to attend them. Creston numbers are so small, and our neighborhood school is so closely knit together and bonded and supported by one another. These kids need to stay together. Most of them have been together since kindergarten. For their mental and emotional well-being, keeping them all together is the best decision you can make for our community, especially for the kids as we navigate through this pandemic. I hope that you all can reconsider not using the number of projected possible kids who are projected to maybe enroll in Kellogg that are not even currently enrolled in a neighborhood school, and allow the Creston and neighborhood school students a spot first. And if there's room, allow those estimated projected kids to apply, and if room, get in. It seems like that is the right thing to do. I'm sad that this whole Southeast feeder and boundary situation has ended up so stressful. I bet it has left a lot of those on the inside trying to make these hard decisions feeling frustrated and not appreciated. I do appreciate the hard work that's being put in. I'm just sad to hear that this has somewhat actually negatively impacted our Southeast community and put parents against each other and even affected relationships. Please keep Creston kids together. They can fit into Kellogg. It is the closest school and we are the community. We need to remember that we do this all for the children. They all deserve equal opportunities that enrich the communities, not divide them. Thank you so much for giving me this time.
Thank you. And that concludes who we have signed up for the general public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. And I appreciate everyone taking the time to make their comments. I know it is hard to get up and speak publicly. Sorry, my husband's delivering dinner right at this moment, of course. I do appreciate everyone who makes public comments. I know it is intimidating to speak before the board. I remember my first board meeting, it was intimidating just to be, on camera and up front. So thank you all for your courage and your advocacy tonight. We really appreciate you speaking. We move on now to Superintendent Guerrero with the superintendent's report. Superintendent Guerrero, would you please provide your report for us tonight?
Would love to. Good evening, directors, and buenas tardes to everybody joining us this evening. There's really just 2 big items I want to highlight this evening. They're meaty ones. The first is last week's announcements on graduation rates, since we haven't actually had a chance to meet or talk publicly about it. And secondly, an update on our plans and the next steps we've taken to safely reopen schools for limited in-person instruction as we move towards a hybrid model of instruction. But up first, hopefully you've all had a chance to see this line graph, which board I know you'll agree with me is fantastic news, is the recently reported upward trend in graduation rates. The graduation rate at Portland Public Schools is up again, coming in at 83.7% for the class of 2020. Our students continue to demonstrate growth year over year. Some of the most exciting numbers stand out when we look at the 3-year trends, which, by the way, includes the 1920 school year, even with its multiple challenges. But here's some highlights. Black students had a 12.3 percentage point gain. Latinx students had a 4.8 gain. Multiracial, other ancestry students had a 4.8 percentage point gain. And students with disabilities have had a 38.9 percentage point gain in the past 10 years. White students had a 5.2 percentage point gain. So these last few years, we've assembled a strong team, cultivated relationships across the district, and are holding each other accountable to the shared vision we have now embraced. These graduation numbers represent the persistence of our students, the dedication of our teachers and staff, the leadership of our administrators, and the support of many community partners, especially our culturally specific partners who have found so many relevant and creative ways to support students and families. The upward trend we're seeing also serves as validation that our continued focus on student opportunities and outcomes, which I know is something this school board has made a clear priority. The investments that we're making, the specific ways we've chosen to utilize our resources, such as Measure 98 and Student Investment Account, they're paying off. And we've made these choices using our community design vision, our North Star, that called out the importance of centering students, offering exposure to careers and access to expanded opportunities and supports as part of their school experience. So we're pleased, and we understand that we still have more work to do. But this upward trend, which represents the growing number of diplomas that PPS students earn each year by meeting graduation requirements, includes accelerated gains for our Black, Indigenous, and other students of color. This all gives me confidence that we're on the right track. If we continue to work together and center students, I believe we'll see those numbers continue to rise. Next slide. More information on our graduation rates can be found on our website, but in addition to these highlights I've just listed that I made earlier about the 3-year trends, I also want to highlight some statistics just from the class of 2020 here. When you double click the 83.7% graduation rate for the class of 2020, you'll find that graduation rate for students of color is now over 75%. Black students had a 4.4 percentage point increase from the 2018-19 school year. Latinx students had a 4.1 percentage point increase year over year, and students with disability increased from the 2018-19 school year by 7.2 percentage points. So again, we still have work to do, but we're really pleased with the upward trend of students earning their diplomas and continuing in such a positive direction. So kudos to everyone for yet this positive indicator. Second big topic, which you're going to hear a lot about this evening from the team. Each regular meeting of the board, we've continued to provide brief updates regarding the health metrics and status of our reopening plans, and we committed to sharing our second semester plan by the close of the month. So following through on this pledge this evening, directors, all employees and all families will be receiving a detailed update momentarily regarding COVID-19 plans and our next steps towards safely reopening our schools. You'll hear many additional details just a little further on the agenda this evening, but here's just some of the highlights. Beginning tomorrow, January 27th, educators and school staff will receive vaccinations. This will occur in a sequenced order, and we expect to complete vaccinations for this key group by the end of February. As third quarter begins on February 1st, students will continue to participate in comprehensive distance learning, but by March 1st, all schools will offer limited in-person opportunities. This includes extracurricular activities for our high school students. On April 1st, when fourth quarter begins, we're working towards and planning to offer hybrid learning model for most all of our students. And I can announce that we are planning for expanded summer programming opportunities, which we are calling a fifth quarter, to provide for additional instructional time and to help mitigate for some of the learning loss students may have experienced during the pandemic. I'm eager to get as many of our students safely back in person and into instruction as quickly as possible. But of course, we're guided by our principles of living into our commitment for racial equity and social justice, which means centering and lifting up the lived experiences of our Black, Native, and students of color, who we know families have been disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 and the pervasive inequities in our systems. We're also guided by a principle of ensuring the health and wellness, not just of our students, but of our staff and all of our employee groups. We continue to be guided by the need to cultivate connection and relationship and to strengthen and innovate the instructional core, which we've seen a lot of over the last 10 months. Families and staff can expect this detailed communication to be emailed to them, as I said momentarily, in all of the supported languages, and all of the information shared this evening and further details will be posted to our website later tomorrow morning. So we're looking forward to sharing more about our plans and preparation just a bit later on the agenda. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Superintendent Guerrero. That's very exciting. And as we look at the graduation rates, oh, sorry, my camera's off because I was eating. You don't all need to see me slurping spaghetti during the superintendent's report. But I think the really amazing thing about the graduation rates is that's not just a product of the work of last spring. I know we did have a lot of very dedicated educators and staff working with our students to make sure that in the chaos of the pandemic, they were able to graduate. But it is, testament to the work the district has done over the last several years of how students are showing up senior year better prepared, and how the middle school experience is hopefully preparing students even more fully for high school. So want to thank all of the staff for the incredible work they've done over the last several years to create that increase in graduation rates, especially. And I'm very excited to hear more about as we move into limited in-person and hybrid in more detail tonight as we continue. We have a really amazing thing on our agenda next, something that has been very community-based and I think shows some of the incredible work, again, of our staff and our focus on, as the superintendent said, racial equity and social justice. And that is the Wilson High School Naming and Defining Places recommendation. So Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this next item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lowry. Really excited to bring this to our directors. Last July, we shared with you a plan and a procedure for updating the administrative directive for renaming school district buildings and other spaces, with Wilson High School serving as a case study in the naming and defining places process. So this approach has been intended to align our intentions and actions and move towards a more balanced approach that centers the voices and experiences of our students, especially students of color, and aligns with our racial equity and social justice framework and plan, as the chair just listed. And tonight, I'm really excited to have students and participants here from the renaming committee of Wilson High School. As you know, directors, a few weeks ago, I met with Principal Ristic and to learn more about the work of the renaming committee and their community's recommendation to rename Wilson High School after Ida B. Wells Barnett. I shared with him and the community my full support. And my recommendation to you is to formally accept the name change this evening. So directors, based on what I've already seen, I can state unequivocally that the engagement process led by these students with the support from our Office of Community Engagement meets and exceeds the expectations outlined both in our current administrative directive. So as I turn it over to the team, I just want to express how proud I am of our students, their leadership, and the entire community's participation to get to this place tonight. So presuming the school board approves this change, your leadership, your voice, and your steadfast determination, that of the committees, to make this change. I think it's a bit historical here, because for the first time in 170 plus year history of Portland Public Schools, students will walk through, presumptively, the doors of a comprehensive high school named in honor of a journalist, activist, mother of four, tireless and fearless champion of racial equity and social justice, a Black woman, Ida B. Wells Barnett. So my thanks to all of you for conducting this process with integrity and with careful thought as to the identity and values of our school community that you want to convey to current and future generations of students. So I know we have a number of invited guests, but I'm going to ask Danny Ledesma, our Senior Advisor on Racial Equity and Social Justice, to share more on how this recommendation came together. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, directors. I get the honor of introducing the team of folks. But before I do, I just wanted to point out that this recommendation is really the culmination, as the superintendent said, of significant engagement and student-led engagement that illuminates a critical moment in our district and our community's history. The recommended name change speaks to an increasing shared understanding and shared critical analysis of how places shape experience, and that how we as communities of color, as students, as families and educators are empowered to build new and more responsive shapes to those places that have such an incredible impact in creating a safe and culturally affirming educational environment. Before I hand this over to the very capable hands of Principal Resek, I want to point out that in addition to this action tonight, we are currently in the process of updating an administrative directive as part of our naming and defining places work that corresponds to renaming. And in our student-driven committee, we will continue to draw on the lessons that have been learned from this process and really take this process, as well as the process at Madison High School, to really come up with some exciting ways that we can make sure that there's this integration between a recommended action for name, but also a pull through around culturally responsive pedagogy and making sure that we're ensuring a sense of safety and belonging at all of our schools. I am so excited about not only being able to sort of engage in this work, but about a corresponding toolkit that we'll have for future school communities, so that we can really learn from and attempt to think about how we replicate some of the work that's been done here. And so I want to encourage you to watch out for those upcoming meetings. And I'm going to turn it over to Principal Resek, who has led a really incredible process. And I will say that as the committee members, there's been so many layers of understanding and so many ways that the principal and team and the committee approach this that we've been learning from. So, so excited to go ahead and turn this over to the principal.
Thank you so much. Dear Portland Public Schools Board Directors, Superintendent Guerrero, district leaders, my name is Filip Hristic, and I'm the proud principal of what is currently known as the Woodrow Wilson High School. I have the great honor of joining you this evening with a group of students who, over the last 7 months, have led a historic effort to rename our school and ensure that the name of our school represents and stands for some of our deepest values: justice, integrity, inclusion. With your blessing and support, the next time I have the opportunity to introduce myself, I will say that I'm the proud principal of Ida B. Wells High School. And we can go to the next slide. I hope you can see the slides. Are the slides being shared, or should I do that?
One moment.
Sure.
I need to grab it.
No problem.
Thank you, students, for being with us this evening.
This is the finals week. So I'm also very grateful that they're here. We can go to slide 3 if that's okay.
I'm wondering if I have the right slides.
Roseanne, I'm sending them to you now.
It's not a thing unless we have some kind of technical difficulties, right?
Did you get them?
Of course, it seemed to be taking longer than usual.
So Principal Heuristic, could you say your last name again for me so I can pronounce it correctly?
Sure, it's Hristic.
Hristic. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just so appreciate your willingness to be in this process. And while we wait for the slides,
sure.
What is the thing that you're most excited about with the new name, Ida B. Wells Barnett?
There's a lot, but I'll just share with you kind of what's closest to my heart right now. Shortly after we received the superintendent's approval, we reached out to Ida B. Wells Memorial Foundation, which is a nonprofit that's run by some of Ida B. Wells's descendants. And I wrote to them to say, we're in the process of renaming our school, and I'm interested in possibly developing a relationship, a partnership, perhaps hosting community-wide evening events or professional development for our staff. And so I had a conversation just last Friday with Ida B. Wells's great-grandson, who was just elated. And he said, thank you for reaching out to us at this point. Usually we find out afterwards, and we're always grateful, but it's nice to be included in the conversation early on. He had lots of ideas of things that we could do. So I'm both excited and humbled by the fact that we are joining a lineage and taking on a lot of responsibility to really honor Ida B. Wells's legacy, and we'll do so with in partnership with her descendants and scholars and journalists. One of my mentors and former colleagues received an Ida B. Wells Journalist Award. So she is somebody who resonates with a lot of people, and as a school community, we will have a chance to benefit from those new relationships that we develop. So thank you for the slides. Let's go to slide 3. Before I introduce the students who will be presenting this evening, I would also like to acknowledge several other members of the Wilson High School Renaming Committee. I'm deeply appreciative of their active engagement and support over the last several months. Vice Principal Aisha Conning, Ms. Norma Hamilton, Ms. Narina McCleave, Mr. Martin Osborne, Ms. Deborah Walsh, and 2 of our teachers, Ms. Ellen Watmore and Mr. Zach Winterspring. And we also received wonderful guidance and support from Mr. Zell Watson, who supported us over the last several months as well. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Weiwei, Nura, Liliana, Senya, Aslan, Mia, Janelle, and Caddison. They will share with you information about our work over the last few months, how we engaged our school community, and how we ultimately determined that Ida B. Wells Barnett is the most appropriate namesake for our school. So Janelle, please take it away.
Yeah, could we please go to slide 5? Thank you so much. As you will see from our presentation this evening, our committee closely followed the administrative directives on naming and renaming district property. Next slide, please. We studied the administrative guidelines carefully and ensured that we follow all the necessary steps. Among other things, we made sure to notify our stakeholders about the naming process. We created opportunities for stakeholders to provide input. We documented levels of community support, and we thoroughly researched all the candidates. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the first things we did as a committee before we solicited any community input and before we discussed any potential candidates is that we established a set of guiding principles.
Next slide, please. So like Jonelle said, we first established a set of principles to guide our selection process. We wanted to ensure that we centered the voices and perspectives of historically marginalized communities. We wanted to demonstrate open communication and transparency. We wanted to provide a variety of opportunities for stakeholders to participate, and we wanted to make sure that we center the voices of all students.
Next slide, please. Thank you. As previously mentioned, we also established a set of guiding principles for how we would choose the new name. In reading our school's mission statement, we thought that our new name should uphold our school's commitment to justice, tolerance, and compassion. We wanted the new name to be inclusive of all students, especially those who have been traditionally overlooked. We wanted the name to represent values of education, equity, righteousness, and morality. And we wanted the name to have a lasting inspirational impact.
Next slide, please. Thank you. We have been working hard over the last few months to fulfill all these guiding principles. As you know, the renaming process started in June of last year when we formally requested the superintendent and the board to change the name of our school. We spent the months of July and August preparing, and we officially launched our committee in September. Ever since then, our committee has met at least once a week. We spent the first few weeks establishing our norms and guiding principles. We studied the administrative directives. We developed communication, including a comprehensive website that contains all key information. And we prepared to launch a robust community engagement campaign. From October to December, we worked hard to collect and synthesize community input, and this ultimately allowed us to identify 5 finalists for our school name. When we returned from winter break, we did some more research and discussion before we reached our final recommendation. If you would like to learn more about the Wilson renaming process, please click on the links included on this slide.
Next slide, please. As you just heard from Mia, we worked hard over the last few months to gather a lot of input from our community. In November, we sent out a community survey that resulted in more than 680 nominations. We also attended more than 24 virtual meetings. These included neighborhood association meetings, PTA meetings, staff meetings, student club meetings, and many more. Shortly before winter break, we sent out another community feedback form, which received more than 1,350 comments. All this community feedback helped us in the decision-making process.
You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. After reflecting on community feedback, engaging in a lot of discussion, taking another close look at our guiding principles, and doing a lot of research, our committee identified 5 amazing finalists. All of these remarkable women left a lasting legacy and made important contributions to our society.
Yeah, next slide, please. Good evening. My name is Weiwei Hutchinson. I presented back in June requesting this name change, and I'm honored to have been a part of this committee. After many meetings, tough decisions, and discussions, ultimately, we as a committee, with the help of our community input, decided that Ida B. Wells Barnett would be the best namesake for our school. We are so grateful for everyone's contributions and hard work. Ida B. Wells Barnett was a teacher, renowned journalist, and civil rights activist. She fought against racial injustices and fought for women's rights. She is the founder of several civil rights organizations, including the NAACP. She was also a contemporary of Woodrow Wilson and directly opposed some of Wilson's segregationist policies.
Next slide, please. Thank you. We included a link here for a document that includes all the community feedback we collected in support of Ida B. Wells. As you will see, many of our students, families, and staff are very enthusiastic about this recommendation. It's 2 slides down.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear our presentation today. We hope that you will support our request that we change the name of our school from Woodrow Wilson High School to Ida B. Wells Barnett High School.
Nice job, everyone.
Thank you, students.
Thank you so much for your leadership. And I know I've seen many of you at other things, continuing your leadership. So thank you for being here tonight and for all the work you've done on behalf of your school and our district. All right, we're going to go ahead and bring the motion before us, and then we as a board will have some time to discuss. So do I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 6235, resolution to change the name of Wilson High School?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I heard Michelle first, so Director DePass moves and Director Scott seconds the adoption of resolution 6235. Is there any board discussion?
I just wanted to make a comment to the students that this tremendous opportunity you've had presented that will give you some backbone and some foundations for work that you'll likely be doing in your activism through college and beyond. You'll already come to those conversations with the experience of having gone through a renaming process, which is really powerful. I also want to thank Principal Hedistich and staff for going through this process with the community input and students. And I'm really curious if the staff could share some of the lessons learned that you'll use to move through the process for the next renaming. Is there any like one key piece of learning that you'll use to inform the process next time?
I'd love to give an opportunity for Shanice Clark or Danny to share something about that.
Go ahead.
I'll quickly share, and maybe Danny can hop in. There's so many, but I think what was really impressive about these folks, especially creating these principles that really guided the process and filtered decision-making through the work. It's ultimately a practice that we've adapted with our general criteria more generally. So we think that's a great way to align the vision and values of PPS in our schools and at the center with student voice and decision making. But I'm sure there's a long list, and if Danny wants to chime in.
No, I'm going with that one. That was great.
Thank you.
Director Scott, I know that you wanted to make a statement as a Wilson, so you're a Wilson alum. You live
Don't steal my thunder, Ailey. Don't steal my thunder.
It goes there. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, I'll dive in. No, I'm really excited to be able to vote yes on this resolution tonight. And I say this as a board member representing Zone 1, which includes the currently named Wilson High School. I say this as a proud Wilson High alumni, class of 1991. And I also say it as a proud parent of two future Ida B. Wells Barnett High School graduates, class of 2023 and class of 2026. I really applaud the work of this renaming committee. You all worked really hard to explain why it's important to change the name and identified some really inspiring alternatives. And I want to thank Principal Hristich for his leadership throughout the entire process and really making sure this moved forward. I think a change is long overdue, and I think our community broadly supports this change. I do want to address head on a couple of the arguments that I heard in opposition, because I think it's important that we have this conversation publicly and explain not only what we're doing, but why we're doing it. One argument that I heard from a couple of people is that Woodrow Wilson's legacy is complex. And it included many positives as well as some negatives, and that this action erases the contributions of an important historical figure. And the second thing I heard a couple times is that some frustration that the final list of names only included Black women and therefore was not diverse. To that first point, I agree that Wilson's legacy is complex, and I think there are many positive things that he did. And I think we need to acknowledge that Woodrow Wilson was a racist. And to fully understand the complexity of his life, we have to look at that entire life and everything that he did. As a student at Wilson, I learned about the League of Nations. I learned about Wilson's internationalism and other positive contributions, but I didn't learn about his racism, and I didn't learn about his furtherance of segregation. And I didn't learn about the harm that he caused to American citizens, harm that lingers to this day. And I think it's important to note this action doesn't erase Wilson's legacy. It acknowledges his full legacy in a way that's long overdue, that we haven't done to date. And it determines that on balance, Wilson does not deserve a prominent place on the front of one of our comprehensive high schools. And I think as to the second point that I heard, that this list of final names only included Black women, all I can say is it's about time. I think in a country that for over 200 years has named almost every school and road and bridge and building after white men, it's way past time to rebalance those scales. And for most of our history, the contributions of women and people of color have been systematically ignored and suppressed. And so if I can take the liberty of speaking on behalf of all white men, I will assure you that we will survive just fine, not having anything named after us for a few more years as we sort of rebalance the scales. So I just, again, thank you to this committee. Thank you for bringing it forward. I think you've set a great example for how we can do this in other places as well. And not just in the school district, but this is a conversation that's happening at cities and at states. And I just think it's a model that I know other governments are going to look to us to follow as they go forward. So thank you again. I'm really excited to vote yes tonight.
Well, I have a question I'd like to pose to whoever wants to take it from the students, people who were on the naming committee. So I will admit that I was surprised when I saw this recommendation, this original recommendation, that it was Ida B. Wells Burnett, because I'm familiar with her legacy, I'm familiar with her reputation, and I don't know that I had ever heard her referred to by her married name. And so I'm interested to hear about the discussion that you guys had during the process and how you arrived at the recommendation for her hyphenated married name. And then also if you guys want to address the letter that we received from the Ida B. Wells Memorial Foundation, which Principal Rishi mentioned. I don't know if he had a conversation with them on this topic, where they said that they don't have any issue with her being referred to by her maiden name, and that in fact her autobiography is written as Ida B. Wells. So whoever wants to jump in and talk about that, thank you. Or maybe you didn't have any discussion about it. Maybe you guys only talked about her married name.
I can go. Well, we had a certain level of discussion. We didn't necessarily have it maybe as in depth as we didn't specifically touch on the fact that it was her married name versus her maiden name, but we did discuss the fact that Ida B. Wells Burnett was the name that was on her death certificate. That was the name that she legally had. And so one of our discussion points was that we wanted her legacy to be one that she promoted during her life and in her death. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with just merely saying Ida B. Wells, especially because her legacy that is carried on by her family and her descendants is Ida B. Wells, but I think either one is appropriate, and we chose Ida B. Wells because that was the name that she had. So.
Director Constam, can I jump in? So exactly as Caddison said, we wanted to honor Ida B. Wells Burnett's whole life and recognize that she did a lot of work, published many articles and many books as Ida B. Wells, but ultimately chose to hyphenate her name and lived a part of her life as Ida B. Wells Burnett. And we wanted to make sure that we name our school after a person and not an idea, and to use a formal name as our official name. This is the name that we hope will go on the building. This is the name that we hope will be on student diplomas and transcripts. And at times when we need to shorten the name, we will shorten the name to Ida B. Wells. we would like to keep her first name, her middle initial, and at least her maiden name, as opposed to shortening her name to something like Wells or Wells Barnett. Because the truth be told, there are many buildings, there are many roads that keep somebody's last name, and we tend to forget who the person is. We don't remember who Barber was. We have forgotten who Vancouver was. We don't even remember who Astoria is named after. And perhaps many kids don't even know who Benson was. So what's important for us is that Ida B. Wells or Ida B. Wells Barnett is the name of our school. And so the official name, Ida B. Wells Barnett, as it was when she ultimately passed away. And then when we need to shorten the name, Ida B. Wells, that is how she is probably best known. And like the members of the Memorial Foundation said, they're perfectly fine with either of those names.
Liliana, I saw you raise your hand. Did you want to add something to this?
I was just going to say pretty much everything that Principal H said, just acknowledging her as a real person with a complex legacy. And I think using the name that she chose to make her own is really important in thinking of her as a real person. That's all.
Thank you.
So, may I speak? As I guess the board member who's got a hyphenated last name, and a lot of people choose to just ignore that that's the last name that I want to have used. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you brought to that question, because I do think it's really easy for people to just use the name that they want to use. And so as somebody who's got a hyphenated name, I really respect that you guys thought through what would she have wanted, and respect that. And because it's not, that doesn't always happen, because it's just easier not to do it. So I really appreciate students and staff respecting how she wanted to be represented, and that she's a person. And can I say something else, or do you want me to wait till later? I just felt I had to jump in there as a hyphenated person. Just as I think about this vote tonight, I thank the staff and the students who put all the time into a really thoughtful process that got us here tonight. As a board member, I think this may be one of the things that has maybe one of the longest impacts that we may have in actions that we take. As Director Scott said, the name Wilson lasted a long period of time. So I'm looking forward tonight to voting on something in favor of something that is going to be remembered and pays tribute to somebody, a very important figure that will last way beyond our board service and probably our lifetimes. And it's interesting because I think Director Scott gave some of the arguments about why we wouldn't make the change. Another argument that I heard often in the process at the very beginning was that renaming a school is just a gesture. And, I think tonight and the students' presentation really challenges that assertion, that a renaming is more than just a gesture, but the names really matter very much. And that when we look at the work that we're doing, certainly what's happening in the classrooms and schools matters, but also who we pay tribute to and who we honor. So I want to thank the students for their work and the staff to allow us to really take a very important action that definitely is not a gesture. I want to note that Bill Hilliard, who was the first African-American editor of the Oregonian, would be very proud tonight of our students and the community that we are recognizing a trailblazing Black journalist who that we can all be proud of. And I think, none of us want to have schools in which we don't honor and are proud of the name and the individual and the person's actions behind it. So I'm going to be an enthusiastic yes.
Sarah, I saw that you were maybe trying to speak there. Did you have something to add to this conversation?
No, I'm good. It got covered. No problem.
Great. Okay, thanks. It's, Zoom meetings are a little bit challenging to negotiate the facilitation. Is there any more board discussion before we turn to public comment?
Chair Lowry, I see that student Sonia Scott's hand is raised.
Sonia, did you have
Yes,
something to
thank
say?
you. I hope you can hear me okay. I definitely want to reiterate the importance behind making sure that the renaming of any type of institution or any place of importance isn't just a gesture. And so I do want to bring up the fact that we have had conversations about what we want to do further to make sure that we're prioritizing students who over history have been marginalized and dismissed within school systems. And so I'm really hoping that the future of our school, we're going to see a lot of representation and leadership, especially in journalism, because Ida B. Wells left a very important legacy in her advocacy through her writing. And so there are definitely a lot of things that we want to see for the future of our school, and we're going to keep working towards that.
All right, thank you, Sonia. Is there any further board discussion before we turn to public comment?
Aslan has her hand raised.
Great. Sorry, I can only see like half the people on the screen, so I so appreciate you pointing out who has their hand raised. Aslan?
That's totally okay. Zoom is hard. I totally understand. Yeah, I just speaking about the name and using Ida B. Wells Barnett's her full name. I just think as a Black woman, I identify as a Black woman. Having the place that I go to school every single day, or would go to school when we were in person every single day, I'm walking into a school that I know represents me as a Black woman means the world. Especially, opposing that, having gone to a school named after someone who was openly racist and openly a white supremacist that actively harmed my people. And, having this opportunity to change our name, it can't just stop with our school. We are very fortunate to be able to have this opportunity to rename our school, but there are other schools, as I'm sure many of us know, in the PPS district that need this name change as well. And I just really want to emphasize that this energy needs to be matched with those schools that do have more or a higher percentage of students of color, and Black students especially, because when you're going to a school named after someone who was a slave owner or a white supremacist or a racist or a KKK member, that takes a toll on your entire educational career. And it's not fair. And at the point we're at right now in society, with Black Lives Matter and everything else going on, it needs to be prioritized with every single school, not just Wilson, which happens to be a majority white school in in an area with mostly white people. So yeah, I'm very fortunate for this opportunity, especially as a person of color, but the energy does need to be matched in other areas of PPS.
Any further comments from any of the students that are here with us tonight or any of our board members before we go to public comment?
I would like to revisit with our students for a second the question around the name, because I want to make sure that we don't get hung up on this false dichotomy that she referred to herself as Ida B. Wells Barnett, even though that was her name at her death. We hear from her family that, like most of the work that they do in honor of her legacy, they don't use her married name. And we've gotten a lot of feedback. I've gotten a fair amount of feedback from students that are concerned about the hyphenated name because it's a mouthful. And Principal Reese, it's not exactly clear to me, like, it says Wells would be used most of the time, but, the formal name would be Ida B. Wells Barnett. I mean, it's a little bit different proposition when it's a hyphenated name as opposed to times when you informalize something by dropping out the middle name. So it's unclear to me exactly how it would be referred to. And I do think it matters, because to say you go to Wells Barnett High School is a little different to manage than Wells High School. So I'm interested in the students' ideas, because I don't think it's a question about whether or not it would be slighting her sense of herself. I haven't seen anything historically that says that, and her family doesn't back that up. So
Director Kronstam, what I heard, and students and Principal Ristich, correct me if I'm wrong, is what you all said was that formally it would be Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. And when we shortened it, instead of it being Wells Barnett or Wells High School, it would be Ida B. Wells High School when we're sort of talking colloquially. But what anything formal would be Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. Is that what I heard you all say? Please clarify.
That's exactly right. And I would also add that we're wrapping up the first step in a process that will continue. The first step is to recommend a new name. And what we're recommending is to use Ida B. Wells Barnett as the official name of the school. Once we have your blessing and approval, then we'll begin the second part of this process, which is really about branding, which is really about school identity. It's about how we begin to manifest Ida B. Wells's legacy in our curriculum, in our in murals, through our logo and lettering. And so then we will have the questions of, well, what goes on a football jersey? What goes on a baseball hat? What goes on the scoreboard in the gym? And as I mentioned, if Ida B. Wells Barnett doesn't fit, we will try to retain Ida B. Wells as the common way of referencing ourselves. To ourselves, and we'll steer away from any further reductions of her name. So as I mentioned, the official name makes sense to me to be Ida B. Wells Barnett. She did publish at least one book under that name, possibly others. It's hard to tell these days because of republications of certain texts, but that was her chosen name for a good portion of her life. And in an effort to honor her full personhood, we would like to keep that as the name. We also see this as beginning prompting conversations. So who was Barnett? Who is this man that she married? He was a pretty remarkable person himself. Was it common for women at the time to hyphenate their names? She chose to keep her maiden name. Why is that? So in other words, we also see this as an opportunity to have deeper conversation about this person that we're taking on as our namesake and whose lineage we hope to join.
All right, anything further from students or directors before we move on to public comment?
This is probably going to get me in trouble, but are you going to keep the Trojans? And you don't have to answer that.
Well, a lot of things are going to be in discussion, like our colors, our mascots, like a lot of things like the language we use for like chants and stuff like that, because we want to change the identity of the school and how we want our school to be seen as from like the community in general.
I think you should be the Mighty Pens, P-E-N-S, right? Because she was a writer, and the pen is mightier than the sword. I mean, I think there's a lot of potential there, but I'll trust you all to figure that out.
The bees, the stinging bees or something like that.
There you go. Okay, well, obviously you don't want Scott or I on your team choosing your new mascot. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this tonight?
There's not.
All right, then we are ready to vote. The board will now vote on Resolution 6235, resolution to change the name of Wilson High School to, as it is written in the resolution, Ida B. Wells Barnett. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6235 is approved of by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Shu voting
yes.
All right. Thank you to the team from Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. It was great to have you with us. And my understanding is the name change goes into effect immediately. Is that correct, Liz? Waiting for our legal nod.
I actually don't know.
It says the resolution reads, let me pull it up on board books. I was looking. The resolution reads, will now be known as.
Yes, that would be immediate then.
Okay. So
Thank you. It's been a few days since I've read the resolution. I'm sorry I didn't recall off the top of my head.
Yeah, so congratulations to the students of IW Wells Barnett High School. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
With the state on the name change.
Thank you for leading the way.
All right, thank you. And we'll handle those details I heard Director Bailey talking about. We'll make sure that all gets solidified, all the technical parts that need to go into the name change. But thank you so much for being here tonight.
And Chair Lowry, just not to interject here, but we also have a process for branding and identity and all of those next pieces. So I'm sure Principal H and the community will be excited to start that next stage as well.
Go Mighty Pens. Okay. We are going to take a little break because we've been here for an hour and 45 minutes. So let's take a 5-minute break and come back at 7:50. We'll see you all back in just a few. deep community-centered work as we talk about the Kellogg Middle School Student Assignment Plan, which is phase 1 of the enrollment and balancing scenario for Southeast. Last year, at the direction of the board, we launched an enrollment and program balancing process. Oops, sorry, cell phone down. Contracting with Flow Analytics to lead data analysis and modeling. This led to the convening of a Southeast Guiding Coalition, sort of known colloquial as SEGC, comprised of parents, guardians, principals, students, and teachers, to create a recommendation to staff for the phase 1 process. At the last board meeting, staff conveyed this recommendation and the Board of Education reviewed the recommendation and requested that staff and the Southeast Guiding Coalition reconsider options for Creston middle grades to move to a comprehensive middle school in fall of 2021 instead of fall of 2022. After weighing multiple options, most SEGC members maintained their recommendation without revisions. Staff has reviewed the recommendation and modified it by delaying the Mount Tabor Middle School dual language immersion program move to Kellogg Middle School. Staff recommends that the program remain at Mount Tabor for the 21-22 year and be included in phase 2 of the Southeast Guiding Coalition middle school balancing process. Staff also recommends that each Creston middle grade student be assigned to a comprehensive middle school for the 21-22 school year. Staff who has been involved in this process are here to answer any questions the board may have about the recommendation before you. So we begin by bringing this before us. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6236, the Kellogg Middle School Student Assignment Plan?
So moved.
All right, Director Constam moves. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Director Brim-Edwards seconds the adoption of Resolution 6236. I know that there's quite a bit of board discussion, so let's begin.
Can I just ask I have a question before we have the discussion? And this is for staff. Last night, there was a community meeting with the Creston community, which is the first Creston specific meeting since the decision had been made about the recommendation. And at the meeting, there was some data provided by parents that was somewhat different from the data that the district had reviewed. And I'm curious whether the staff has looked at that data now and whether staff could share sort of what they found that sort of reconcile the data between what parents had based on actually looking at the addresses involved and what PPS had.
So we originally had, for the students north of Powell, we originally had 30, and we have looked at the data again, and it is 23 students. There were 7 students who live outside the Creston neighborhood who were added to the count in error.
Great. So just to clarify, because the initial information that had come to the board, the number of Creston students in the recommendation who, based on last night's proposal, would go to Kellogg, and the number that would go to, it sounds like 23. I know that was a preliminary recommendation. It's not the decision, but and 23 to Hosford.
Correct. And the what I would say about last night was a listening session for us to hear what the Creston community was looking for and what to get feedback on the proposal. And we were clear that we needed to wait until the board made their decision this evening because we until a resolution is passed, we don't have the direction on which direction to go. So we also asked in the same meeting if there, because there was suggestion of instead of a east-west boundary, a north-south boundary. And so we were pursuing that as well.
And I'm sorry, Deputy Superintendent Hertz, it was 23 at Hosford and how many at Kellogg?
I don't have the count here. Judy Brennan, Director of Enrollment and Transfer, do you have the count in front of you?
Yes, good evening. So the error that you saw reflected was really just a Scrivener's error moving data from place to place. The initial information that you received as a board was correct, had the correct count of 23 students. Our counts are based on October enrollment, which is our most stable enrollment numbers. If I understand correctly, parents had access to student address information that might have been more current or at a different date.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out how many were actually, because the proposal that was discussed last night was a split between Hosford and Kellogg. And I'm just trying to figure out how many were going to Kellogg and how many were going to Hosford. So we just landed on 23.
70 to Kellogg.
Okay, so it's 93 students. And just another clarifying question that I got today during...
Director Brim Edwards, I would also add there are additional special education students that are moving.
And those are moving to Kellogg.
That's correct.
Okay.
23.
So just another clarifying question that I got from the community today based on last night's meeting. There was a statement made like going back to the drawing board. It wasn't going back to the drawing board on the whole proposal about Creston for 21, 22. It was to take into consideration, I just want to make sure I understood, the community understands, to take into consideration what you heard last night and look at the options, but it's not we're not going to have a middle school assignment for Creston students next year.
So I'd ask for Dr. O, please share. It was part of her closing comments, and please share her intent.
Yes, my intention was to just let the community know that we did hear their concern about wanting all their students to go to Kellogg. It wasn't that they would not have a consideration for middle school for next year.
Right, it just caused a slight bit of concern that maybe was like going all the way back to the original recommendation. Thank you for the clarification.
No, that was not it at all.
I have a question along the same lines about the number of students that are in the Marysville, Arleta, and Lent that live outside what would be the Kellogg enrollment area. Do we know where those students are from? And Judy Brennan, can you please refresh our memories as to exactly what those transfer agreements specify in terms of matriculating to the next grade band?
Yes, we do have data, and we've got a table that could be shared with all board members. I'm not sure if all have seen it. If you include Creston, it's a total of 72 students currently in grades 5 through 7 in what would be a Kellogg neighborhood feeder school, not including immersion. Those students are from a wide variety of schools. The most prevalent would be Lane. There are also students who live outside of PPS in that group. There are students from Harrison Park, Hosford, Roseway Heights, Mount Tabor, etc. And we also looked at the race, ethnicity, and free and reduced lunch rates for those students. They're primarily students of color, and 50% qualify for free meals under direct certification. They may have come to those schools either through an intentional transfer approved through enrollment and transfer, or they may have started as a neighborhood family who then move to a different neighborhood and through board policy currently has the right to remain in their current school through the highest grade. Transfers are approved to the highest grade of the school. There is no provision in policy for grade reconfiguration and moving and what that means, whether it breaks a transfer or students have the right to move with their cohort. What we do have is precedents from the openings of Ockley Green, Harriet Tubman, and Roseway Heights middle schools during the last 5 years, where students in the transfer students in the cohorts of the K-8 feeder schools were allowed to move forward to the new middle school. So that's why they were part of the baseline, just following that precedent.
Judy, can I follow up on that sort of point? Because when I look at the data, it looks like of the 72, all but maybe I'm reading it wrong, but all but one of the students actually have a middle school that they could attend. It looks like Lane, Mount Tabor, of all the 72 students, only one is Fabian.
There's a Fabian, there are 12 Harrison Park and one Fabian student. I do want to caution you that I believe that this data may include students who are in the special ed focused classrooms. We also pulled current 5th grade from Creston, and some of those kids may be kids who are assigned to Creston for the deaf and hard of hearing program, which will be moving to Mount Tabor. So we are doing our best to pull together data rapidly and give it our best check, but this is not a student by student by student by student analysis. So just keep that in mind with this number of 72, but I concur that of the students, only there's 12 Harrison Park and one Fabian who would be assigned back to K-8 schools.
Yeah, and it's just, if I could just continue, I said, that's a really important point that we don't have the data. And as we move into the next phase, I think it's going to be really important. As a board member, when I look at just the data that says we've got 17 sort of out of district students going to Kellogg, I think the natural question for people would be, who are those students? How come they have priority over PPS students? So for our ability to be able to share the rationale of why out of district students might be taking priority it's going to be an important thing, especially when we are saying for one group, the cohort is important and not for another group. Just as we move forward in the process and looking at boundaries and a whole host of other things, I think we're going to have to be able to, explain why we're making decisions the way that we have based on the data. Because it looks like, if you just look at the surface, we've got out of district students and then other students who have middle school assignments. So to be able to rationalize that and share why we're doing it is important.
So one thing I'd like to add on the deaf and hard of hearing program, it is a regional program, and those would include out of district students. And so they have a K-5 program at Creston and a 6-8 program at Mount Tabor. And so we're not changing that feeder pattern, that's staying the same. The deaf and hard of hearing would not experience a change. What it does do is that some of the 5th graders that are part of the 5, 6, 7 count of Creston do have a different feeder pattern rather than going to Kellogg or Hosford. And some of them may be coming from out of district because it is a regional program.
So I just want to say quickly before we leave this thread that Judy, even though you introduced the precedents of Ockley Green and Roseway Heights, those precedents are in direct conflict with our policy. And so, for example, if we were to consider amending this resolution tonight to not include the out of neighborhood students in the Kellogg enrollment, that would be in keeping with our existing policies, even though there are recent precedents that deviate from that. unless I'm missing something.
The only thing I would add is the Southeast Guiding Coalition believes that students should stay together and carry forward. That was a recommendation in conversation with them.
Yeah, I'm curious from a staff perspective, since the Southeast Guiding Coalition recommendation came to staff, and we're counting on you to use your expertise and looking at it. What's the difference between those students staying with their cohort? And we have some anecdotal examples, but we don't actually, as Judy mentioned, have like all the information on like who those students are. But there was this sense that this keeping the cohort together was important. The question, like, why wouldn't that also apply to the Creston students, keeping them together, since in this particular case, we've got two schools. It's not that Hosford has a bunch of space. They're actually over capacity as well. So I'm just curious about the differentiation of the importance of cohort, because 23 students seems like, you know, just a small number of students to try and keep together as a part of a larger cohort. Frankly, Creston's not that many students after all, but I'm curious from the staff's perspective, not the coalitions, but the staff's perspective.
From staff's perspective, from my perspective, as the executive sponsor of this process, my perspective is that it's important for students that have relationships to stay together. At the same time as we were trying to find a solution for in what we were hearing from the board was a priority of changing K8 more K8s to K5. We looked at what we could do in terms of in phase one, so that we could get our Creston students into a comprehensive middle school in in 21-22, rather than delaying it to phase two in 22-23. In doing that, we have in our history, whenever we modernize a school or open a new school, we have a significant increase in enrollment, and it averages about 10%. So we were trying to leave a 10% buffer at Kellogg, because we know we will see that many students over, even if you take the current students and just roll them up, we will experience a significant bump. We've seen that at Fabian, we've seen that at Franklin, we've seen that at Grant. So all of our modernized and new schools have experienced that. So we believe that it's important to set that aside so that we don't end up with 110% at Kellogg. And we were looking at balancing. There are three crowded middle schools: Mount Tabor, Hosford, and Kellogg. And we were looking at how do we, because those are the closest, the Hosford and Kellogg are the closest to Creston. So we were looking at how can we make a solution for this next year, as the board was suggesting, and so we looked to balance it between the two programs, Hosford and Kellogg. With those, the anticipated bump and rolling up students will come out very similarly in terms of, as well as Mount Tabor, in terms of the capacity versus enrollment next year. So they're all going to be over 100%, but it's going to be something that will work with boundaries and continuing to go through phase two, which may have additional changes in feeder patterns as well at the middle school level.
I see that several people have unmuted themselves and seem like they have questions to ask. So Director Scott, did you have a question? I saw you were unmuted. No, okay.
Not at this point, thank you.
Okay, Director Bailey.
Yeah, didn't staff say that when the coalition asked for guidance around optimal enrollment, that 85% would have been optimal? So when we're talking about, and Claire, did you just nod your head? Yes?
I was going to say there are some under-enrolled and over-enrolled, and we were saying a range of 60 to 80% would be acceptable. And then we had to see that was something that we would talk about getting some schools up to at least 60% and some down to 80%, but also recognizing that was a target, and that 85% is usually about when we hear from principals about the school feeling very full, rather than at 100% and it's very full.
So my question, which is kind of a rhetorical question, is if the goal of this process is to balance enrollment and get to optimal enrollment at our schools, optimal use of buildings, how is it that we're considering a proposal that will substantially overcrowd 3 middle schools, in fact, move us in the opposite direction by adding enrollment at Hosford and opening a new school at over 100%?
So the rationale is that this is phase 1 with getting Kellogg open, and because that needs to be done by fall of 21 when the building is ready for occupancy. And then continuing, we're hoping in late February for phase 2, where we would look at boundary adjustments as well as feeder pattern adjustments to balance middle schools across the 5 middle schools in the area. There's 2 under-enrolled and 3 over-enrolled, and so we'll have to make some shifts in feeder patterns to accomplish that.
Okay, but I assume we wouldn't want to do a second change to the Kellogg feeder pattern at that time.
So what we have stated is that we would allow for any student that starts in their middle school experience in 21-22, this is in our recommendation, that they'd be allowed to finish their middle school experience. However, we were also wanting to make sure that we left room for the best solutions in phase 2. So I can't say that this is permanent feeder patterns for everyone that's in place. As we are looking at adjusting boundaries across all of the Southeast region, I don't want to make any assumptions about the best solutions that we can find as we look at all the data and do the analysis across the whole region for middle school.
So just an example, just to help me understand this. So let's say that, I'm going to say ridiculous things that geographically don't make sense, but let's say Marysville, right now, their students are going to Kellogg for middle school. But if we change the Marysville school boundaries and some of the students who would have gone through Marysville, so let's say a 5th grader who's at Marysville, but then we change the Marysville boundaries. So they now live where they would go to Lane instead of to Kellogg, because instead of going to Marysville, they would actually go to one of the schools that fed into Lane. So we're looking at, changing things like that. And so just so students who start at Kellogg this year, one of the things is their siblings then wouldn't necessarily be able to go to Kellogg if we change boundaries. And so that may be, we may have families that have an 8th grader at Kellogg but have a 6th grader at Lane because of these continued changing. So the disruption wouldn't happen to the specific student, but families may experience some transition time as we go through phase 2. Is that fair to say, Deputy Superintendent Hertz?
Yes, and the other thing that I would mention that I don't think we've discussed tonight is we originally wanted to start this process in March of 2020. And as we all know, March of 2020 is when the pandemic closed everything down. So we were delayed in starting. We believed that we would be able to have in-person meetings as school opened in the new year. And as we all know, that hasn't occurred. And so the need to go to a phase 1, phase 2 approach for the Southeast region was because of the limited time that we had in order to have a decision by January for Kellogg opening in the fall.
I just want to make sure, I'm pretty sure I heard this, but I just want to make sure we have clarity. I think what I heard you say, just to publicly state, it is possible in phase 2 that the decision would be made that Creston would no longer feed into Kellogg. So that option is still on the table for the Southeast Guiding Coalition in phase 2 as we look at all of these issues to take into consideration.
It is true for all of the schools that are there. One of the things that is part of the recommendation is we've said we would delay the Mount Tabor DLI, Spanish DLI program, joining into the Kellogg Middle School. So that's something that because we believe in a robust program with when you have more strands together, that's something that when we talk to our instructional leadership is of benefit for the DLI program. So that was a part of the component of the decision making, and that's something that I imagine would continue to be a goal for the best instructional programs for our students.
But Andrew, the flip side of what you're raising is that it's also possible that for the 21-22 year, all of Creston would be assigned to Kellogg. That it's only that we're only making a commitment to split the 5th grade, and then all bets are off, other than that they're going to get one middle school or another.
Yeah, thank you. I was trying to get at the point. There is still we have not locked phase 2 through the resolution that's on the table today, that there still is flexibility there in the future.
And the resolution on the table today also doesn't lock Creston into anything. It just says staff will work with the community to assign middle school.
Although I will say, because I don't want to cause a lot of anxiety by people from Creston who are watching it, that the conversations that have occurred have not been that after this board vote, after this board vote, that students would go to a non-geographically adjacent middle school. So to date, the conversations, and I heard very clearly last night, was Hosford or Kellogg. I mean, why we would give a neighborhood school a non-neighborhood adjacency middle school, it doesn't make any sense. But
the current language in the resolution says neighborhood comprehensive middle school, so that's implies something that's in the neighborhood. And there's when you look at where Creston is on the southeast region of our map of our district, they're one at the eastern edge is closest to Kellogg, and the western edge is closest to Hosford.
And again, those lines got redrawn when Kellogg was closed as a middle school. So we're kind of undoing some of that.
And I know that the Creston community told me that their boundaries are very weird, and so that may be part of what changes in phase 2 is some of those boundaries. So I think one of the pieces with all of this is the Southeast Guiding Coalition did a huge amount of work and presented us with a recommendation that we worked with staff, and that the feedback we gave them was we wanted to see what would happen if Creston was put into middle school. And I think, that this proposal before us does what we asked the staff to do. I know that this in some ways complicates the work for next year because we will have to balance those middle schools. It will, my understanding was Creston, we had asked for them to wait for 1 year so that we could sort of, get Kellogg up and running. And then with those boundary changes, my understanding at least sort of was that Creston would go to Kellogg, but we just needed to sort some stuff out and redraw the elementary school boundaries so that could happen. And by having Creston go into middle school now means it will need to split the cohort, and it will cause a little bit of tightening on some of the other things and keep Mount Tabor over enrolled. Kellogg will be over enrolled, and then we'll have to, kind of redraw some things as we bring Harrison Park online. So, this is no matter what we decide tonight, this is going to be, it's like this was the easy part, if you can believe that. And the next phase will be, much more complex as we try to equitably assign students so that schools are not over enrolled, so that, one of the things is DLI enrollment drops off as students get older into middle school, that there's a robust collection of students in the cohort. So this is I just want to thank the Southeast Guiding Coalition for their work. I know some members are frustrated that we have asked staff to tinker with their initial recommendation. But I think this is part of this process of how we get feedback and listen and think. And I think the Guiding Coalition's intent with having Creston wait a year was in some ways the right one. And I think the Creston community has expressed that they did not feel like it was the right one. And so we're trying to be responsive to all the pieces of the Southeast community and know that this is not easy. And I do know that some people have felt like communities have been pitted against one another. And I know that when I spoke with Creston's families, they were concerned for all of Southeast and how this will live into what's next for Harrison Park, what's next for Kellogg. And I think that, all of us want what's best for our kiddo, but I really think, especially the people on the Southeast Guiding Coalition have worked really hard to try to see what's best for all kids. And that continues to be the place where we have to return to as we do this work. Director Moore, I saw you were unmuted. Did you want to add something in?
Well,
sorry, Scott, were you not finished? Sorry. Scott, were you finished?
No, because there's another aspect that we haven't considered, and that's that when those K-8s become K-5s, we will try to increase their enrollment through boundary adjustments, which means they will have a larger K-5 cohort, and those that feed to Kellogg will be feeding even more students in. So if we lock in Kellogg at over 100%, there is no room to adjust those boundaries. We'll overwhelm Kellogg for a couple of years. So that really throws a monkey wrench into things.
So Director Bailey, that actually gets to the question I was asking. So I want to make sure that I'm understanding it. When you said we lock this in, but what I'm hearing is that the resolution before us does not lock Creston in, right? Some of the other feeder patterns, I think we are making that decision. So there is still a question there, and then also the issue of boundary changes in phase 2 that can be made to again begin to shift. Am I thinking about that accurately?
Can you ask that question again, Andrew? What are you asking?
I heard Scott say we were locking Kellogg in at more than 100%, and then we'd have to increase the enrollment at those feeder schools, which would make it even more crowded. And I guess what is important to me, maybe I'll just put this in an I statement. What's important to me is that we are allowing flexibility for the Southeast Guiding Coalition in phase 2 to address those issues. And my understanding of the proposal before us is that it does still allow that flexibility in phase 2.
Well, I think, we asked the coalition, we pared down this phase 1 decision and asked them to come up with a plan that that left options open for phase 2. And I think by filling Kellogg up past 100%, when our goal should have been 85% or in that neighborhood, and then to increase the boundaries, it's going to make it much more difficult. There will have to be a wrenching change to get Kellogg back down to that optimal that we want as a result of this process at 85%. So we guarantee, so in a sense, you're right around that, yes, we're only guaranteeing if this proposal is adopted, that we're only saying 3 years of Kellogg, and part of that would feed in. But at the same time, so maybe that 1 year out, we lose that last grade of Kellogg. And so enrollment might go down, of Creston feeding in, that might go down. But at the same time, we're going to have an increase coming in from those boundary changes if we try to make those K-5 feeders robust. And so there will be no way, one, there will be a limit on how much boundary change we can do. And two, there's no way to get Kellogg back down to a reasonable 85% unless you pull out one of the feeders. And if you want to go pick one of the other feeders that we're going to do something different from you.
So not to belabor this point too much, but I think it's important for me to sort of make sure I'm understanding. This resolution says to Creston students, you can go to again, Kellogg or, or Hosford in this next year to give them a middle school experience. Couldn't the Southeast Guiding Coalition, as part of phase 2, revert back to essentially the initial proposal and say future Creston students will be going somewhere, but not Kellogg, and the DLI program at Mount Tabor will go back? And wouldn't that get us right back to the starting point that you're talking about, Scott? And then again, there would be Philip. And I think your point is a really good one about leaving space, and I appreciate that value. But it feels to me like that option, and I'm not saying the Southeast Guiding Coalition will end up with that option, but that option is one on the table that could be discussed.
But tell me how that gets us down to 85% at Kellogg.
Wasn't it the same way that we did under the initial proposal?
No, because we found out that there's been the number of kids currently in 5 through 7 at the proposed feeder schools, non-Creston feeder schools, was more than we thought.
Right. I'm just saying.
Director Scott, the Southeast Guiding Coalition, they may make a recommendation, but again, they're not the decider. They're making recommendations to staff, who then are overlaying their point of view, and then it comes to the board. So they may recommend something again. And I think in this case, the staff and board members who were engaged in the conversation made one adjustment to where the Southeast Guiding Coalition's recommendations, and that's part of the process. They're not the sort of deciders, and they're recommending based on their best information, and they did a pretty good job.
Right. Yeah, no, and I'm sorry, I need to really make sure that I'm clear on this, because I'm not getting the answer that I thought I was going to be getting. So yes, thank you, Director Brim-Edwards, that I didn't mean to imply.
Andrew, can I try to respond? So one of the problems is that a guarantee has been given to students that if they walk in the doors at Kellogg next year, they are guaranteed a place there for the next 3 years. So even if in phase 2, the Guiding Coalition decided to, scratch this and go back to recommendation 1, the enrollment numbers at Kellogg would be locked in for 3 years. So future boundary changes could have an impact potentially, but it would take a while for that to play out.
Yes, the students going there, would be locked in. Again, every year, if you made a change, you would see a decrease. For me, the important principle here, because there are no perfect answers, or the Southeast Guiding Coalition, would have developed them. There are really hard choices here. What's important to me is that we're leaving as much flexibility for phase 2 as we can, while also providing something to existing Creston Middle School students. And we can talk a little bit more about, because I think there are some things we should talk about in terms of phase 2 and how we might make the process run a little bit more smoothly. But I'm trying to thread a needle in terms of a decision that, again, helps some students who otherwise would have been left out without making permanent changes that are going to be long-term damaging. I understand they may be changes that impact for 2 or 3 years. That's a good point.
I want to correct one statement. One statement
that's longer than 2 or 3 years.
All right, let's let Deputy Hertz respond with clarification, and then I know Director Moore has been waiting for quite a while to speak. So can we do that? And then we can come back to you, Director Bailey.
There are 2 changes between the Southeast Guiding Coalition and the staff recommendation. The first change is a comprehensive middle school experience for Creston students. And the second change is the Mount Tabor DLI program is not moving to Kellogg and is staying at Mount Tabor because they already have a middle school experience. So I just wanted to be clear that there's 2 changes from the recommendation.
And Deputy Superintendent Hertz, can you remind me how the number of students in the Mount Tabor DLI, 3 grades.
I'm going to have to ask staff, Judy, if you could look that up,
And
please.
Director, can we let Director Moore go, and then we can come back to Director Bailey and then answering that question. Director Consiam.
Yeah, it's 76 students. That's the answer.
I just wanted to address the issue of leaving enough flexibility to allow phase 2 to happen. So I think 2 things there. One, this is not a minor modification of the original recommendation. This is a pretty substantial change. And it is going to limit, I think, the options that will be considered available in phase 2. The range of issues that have been punted to phase 2 for good reasons. I mean, you know, this is all hard work, and I'm not questioning that decision, but I am saying that phase 2 is going to be a daunting exercise. There are many overlapping issues that the Guiding Coalition is going to have to deal with. And by making this change, it is, I think, going to substantially complicate the work that the Guiding Coalition is going to face in phase 2. The other thing I would say is, I think it's important to acknowledge that the Guiding Coalition is made up of parents and principals and guardians who have spent an enormous amount of time since September poring over reams of data. They have been wrapping their heads around an outrageously complicated set of issues. It's, you know, this is where the structural inequities of PPS are in, you know, full, they're completely obvious. In my experience of doing enrollment balancing work, what you discover when you start getting into it is that everything is connected to everything. You make one change and there's a cascade effect throughout the system. And I would argue that, you know, simply by virtue of limiting this process to Southeast and not even, you know, the entire Southeast, we have already artificially limited the range of options available. And I have to say that if I were a member of the Guiding Coalition, after putting in endless hours of work and looking at dozens and dozens of scenarios, including this very scenario for Creston, and then making a final recommendation based on, you know, all the evidence, all of the analysis, all of the discussions, and this was their best thinking, to have the board overturn it because one school community is unhappy with the outcome and they're unwilling to wait for 1 year and accept the idea that PPS has made the offer that if the middle school experience were delayed for 1 year, PPS staff have said that the district would throw all kinds of resources at Creston students in order to ensure that they have a robust middle grades experience for 1 year. If all of that is overturned based on school board members having their inboxes filled with emails from parents who are disappointed, I would have to question my commitment to sticking around for phase 2. Because if we're going to commission a body to do the work, and we're not going to accept we're not going to allow them to do that work, and we're not going to accept the recommendation that they give without ourselves doing a commensurate amount of work to understand all of the issues, that's a problem. I think that's a problem. And been there, done that. And I have to say, this is precisely why I ran for the board. This is why I have spent the last 15 years obsessed with PPS systems and structures and policies and practices. Because this is the sort of thing that school boards have done year after year after year after year. And this is why PPS has these endless, interminable problems of structural inequities that are perpetuated for decades because nobody has the guts to say no to a school community that is unhappy. And all we're asking of this one school community is 1 year delay. Allow us to do right by your kids for that 1 year. And by the end of phase 2, your kids you'll have a clear path to a middle school experience. We just can't tell you today what it would be. So that's my pitch.
And let me add to that. We're not only asking the coalition to take on phase 2, we're asking them to clean up a problem that this proposal would create: overcrowded middle schools. It makes their job even tougher. Yeah, you don't have to deal with a Kellogg that's good to go. No, you have to figure out how to walk Kellogg down from 101% down to 85%. That's a pretty tough thing to ask folks. We knew when this process started that not all the K-8s would be converted in the first year because Harrison Park was going to open up a year later. But we're trying to do that. And I want to thank staff for responding to the board requests because I think they did their darndest to find something that was workable. And I really appreciate what they did. But what they showed was it's not workable. It's 101% at 3 middle schools. And remember, and we've heard it very clearly from parents all year, our kids are dealing with a lot. And to say, wow, we're going to throw you into middle schools that are overcrowded at a time when you're needing a fair amount of social and emotional support is not a pro-healthy thing to do for kids right now.
Thank you, Director.
So I just want to respond.
Julia, Student Representative Shu's been waiting for a while as well. So can we let him speak and then you'll be next? Thank you.
Director Boom Edwards can respond to that and I can go afterwards.
Yeah.
Great.
The reality is, if you look at the map, Creston's going to go to Kellogg or Hosford. And there's not another school that they're adjacent to and middle school adjacent to. And they've been in a under-enrolled K-8 for 14 years now. And we know it's inequitable. And the principals, in fact, the conversation at the Southeast Coalition, principals have said, you can't throw enough resources at a middle school that has, 90 students, or K-8 that has 90 students in the middle grades to provide any sort of equity because you just don't have the students. I mean, principals as part of this coalition said that. So we aren't going to be providing them an equitable middle grades. It'll just be another year of an inequitable experience. And the reality is there's no map that I've seen that would have them go any other schools than Hosford and Kellogg. And, I really appreciate all the work that the Southeast Coalition did. However, at the end of the day, the board gets selected to make decisions. The process was very clearly set up that the Southeast Coalition was making recommendations to staff. I want staff to apply their knowledge, their expertise, the data they have, what they know about the academics to the process. And also board members need to apply that, and we're all going to bring something different. So I've been a Southeast Portland resident for 50 years, and I bring a perspective of, having been part of that's the broader school community in the Southeast. And so, I think I'm not signing up for next phase 2 of the guiding coalition in a process in which board members agree to turn over their vote and accountability and what we should be bringing to the work. And that doesn't at all, to me, diminish the work that the Southeast Coalition did, because I think they got us 95% there, and we have 90 students who next year aren't going to have a middle grades experience. And I just think that's unfair. And besides, just from a process standpoint, the proposal that went to the broader community, that everybody went and commented on, had Creston feeding to Kellogg. So it was a surprise at the end of the day that Creston got X'd out of the plan. And, there's a process issue that we would have one option, and the one option having Creston going to Kellogg, and then all of a sudden it's not. I don't think it's invalid, and for Creston parents to ask to have what lots of other middle students all over the city get, which is a equitable middle grades experience. And so to me, I think this is just the right thing to do. And to me, it's more of a perfecting amendment versus undermining everything that they've done. And I just view it as part of our roles as board members to bring our knowledge. And I feel like I have a fair amount of knowledge of the Southeast community. I sat on BSAG, the Bond Stakeholder Advisory Group with the Creston community, when the rebuild was on there. And to me, there was never any question that was sort of the direction that we're heading. So I think it's perfectly reasonable for us to bring our perspectives and to push back and to dig deeper into the data because of what we know is about the community. So I think this is the right direction, and I don't think there's a clear path next year, because what I've been told is we'd have to move a lot of boundaries and move the Mandarin program, and then we'd have space still to put Kellogg in this, or I'm sorry, Creston in Hosford and Kellogg. So to me, you're going to end up in the same place anyway. Why make them wait another year and say it's going to be dependent on all these other things? Because we aren't going to not move Creston to students to have a middle grades experience or middle school experience.
Student Representative Hsu, did you have something you wanted to contribute to the conversation here?
Yeah, but I want to make sure that this particular topic of conversation is, complete for the moment. It would be shifting the topic.
Go ahead and shift. We can circle back.
We're good at circling back when we need to, but thank you, Nathaniel.
All right. So I have a statement that I have prepared with the council that I'd like to read. The DSC discussed this vote thoroughly in its last 2 meetings. Our respective opinions on the matter have been in large part informed by our 3 resident Southeast Guiding Coalition members, who are also the only real student reps on the coalition. They, as well as the council as a whole, were ultimately unanimous in recommending I take this specific course of action tonight. It is critical to acknowledge that this process was both incredibly complex and extremely important. It required an amazing amount of work from both the community members who selflessly volunteered their time and from staff. But nevertheless, I will vote no tonight. Let me be clear, the vote does not reflect the contents of the proposal per se. Rather, it is a reflection of the shortcomings in the process that got us here. Paramount of these flaws was the troubling lack of comprehensive student engagement at every step of the way on such an all-encompassing matter. I know it's hard to get student engagement, especially in a virtual environment. I know it can be difficult to get students to fill out a survey, much less sit on the coalition. And I'm grateful for the student outreach that we did have. But the bottom line is that we need to find a way to do better, because this isn't cutting it. We need to find a way to get a significantly larger and more diverse group of students on bodies like the Coalition, to get surveys more widely circulated, to always work to center student voice in such consequential considerations, even when we aren't being explicitly asked to do so. We must have a concrete plan to that effect going into these considerations. I know it's difficult, but we must do better. And there's no better place to start than stage 2.
Thank you, Nathaniel, and thank you to the DSC. I know Jackson Weinberg, who's one of our DSC members, texted me earlier when we were talking about the Southeast Guiding Coalition, and he said that he personally logged more than 60 hours, 60 hours, working on this Southeast Guiding Coalition work. So again, I want to thank all the members of the coalition. And like Director Brim-Edwards said, you know, one of the realities is that the ultimate decision lands with the board, and we are a political body, and we are made up of diverse people with different backgrounds and perspectives, and we weigh in and direct staff to adjust things. And so I know that some of you are frustrated, but I know that we honor your work, and I know that the staff greatly honors your work, and that we have, I know, learned quite a bit in this process, and will continue to shift and adjust, as we always do as a learning organization, to make phase 2 even better and even more engaged with students and focused on our racial equity and social justice values. Are there any other comments before we turn now to our public comment portion? All right,
Yeah.
Director Moore, I saw like everybody unmuted. So I saw Rita, then Amy, then Scott, then Andrew. So let's, Rita, Amy, Scott, Andrew. That's just how you are on my screen.
Okay, I've got this long thing. I'm going to try to distill it down. This plan, this modification of the Guiding Coalition recommendation is, I think, substantially flawed, and is, I think the original recommendation has much more merit than this in terms of responding to the charge we gave to the Guiding Coalition, applying the racial equity and social justice lens to decision making as we have committed, and pursuing the outcomes that the board stipulated for the Guiding Coalition. This modification means that we're going to have, out of 5 middle schools in Southeast, we're going to have 3 that are significantly overcrowded. We're going to have highly likely, 3 middle schools that will be over 100% capacity. Even as we have 2 middle schools, one of which will be starting up, we're going to have right beside them 2 middle schools that will be significantly under-enrolled. That is precisely the kind of issue that this whole enterprise was intended to fix. It's likely going to result in temporary assignments and, ultimately undoing decisions that we make. So there's going to be more churn for students overall. This is a decision that is being driven by very short-term considerations. And what we, I think, collectively have said is that we want to be thinking system-wide. We want to be thinking long-term. We want to resolve the problems that we have inherited, not create new ones, or not repeat the old patterns that have brought us to where we are today. The original recommendation guarantees that Creston students will have a middle school experience. It's just delaying it for 1 year. And there are many other students in Southeast and elsewhere in the district who are also not getting a middle school experience because they're still in K-8s. And what we're doing today is setting precedents for future processes that we're going to need to undertake in order to address the reconversion of K-8s into K-5s and the creation of middle schools and boundary adjustments all over the district. And if we don't stand by a process that we as a board requested, then I think we are going to mightily complicate any future work. And let me just, I'm going to go on. Recent events have triggered my inner political scientist. So I've been spending a lot more time contemplating the art of governance than I normally do. And a couple of things occur to me. In order for systems and institutions to work, we all have a role to play. It's the job of parents to advocate passionately for their children. It's a noble and necessary duty. And that's especially the case in a district that still has a lot of work to do in redressing the structural inequities that have plagued this district for generations. The Guiding Coalition, its role is that the board asked a group of parent representatives to use their experiences as parents to inform their thinking, but to transcend their parental role, engage in systems thinking, and grapple with the complexities of resolving long-standing problems to better serve all students in Southeast. The staff's role is to provide a process that responds to the board's directives, supports the members of the Guiding Coalition to fulfill their deliberative role, and facilitate discussions that lead to a decision. The role of the board is to set the direction for the district in the pursuit of creating and maintaining the kind of district our students deserve. It's our responsibility to safeguard the health of the system in order to ensure that it best serves all of our students. Moreover, we have pledged to employ a racial equity and social justice lens in all of our decision-making, centering the needs of students of color who have been poorly served by PPS for generations. Given those responsibilities, we sometimes have to make difficult decisions that don't please everyone, but advance the greater good. This is one of those times. While the board retains the authority to make the final decision, given the complexity of this kind of work, I implore my colleagues to defer to the wisdom of the Guiding Coalition, whose members did what we asked them to do. They spent months wrapping their heads around a supremely complicated project of understanding endless data, balancing competing imperatives and interests, and undoing long-standing structural inequities at significant cost to themselves in time, energy, and emotion. So I am begging you to do the right thing here. I completely understand the disappointment of Creston students and parents. I completely understand. I have been there. I have been where they are. I have been railing at the school board for years before I got here. I understand how critical this is and how emotion laden it is for everybody involved. But as a member of this board, it is my job to look after the health of the system. And that sometimes means I have to say no. And this is one of those times. I strongly recommend that we as a board go back to the original recommendation that came out of the Southeast Guiding Coalition, and we adopt that so that we can proceed on to phase 2. Otherwise, I don't know how this is going to play out. That's my speech. Thank you.
All right, I originally saw several people unmute and asked us to go in that order. Is that what we want to do, or do we want to engage now with what Director Moore has said?
I think I might have been next, so if anybody has anything to say in direct response to Rita, please go ahead.
I'm just going to raise the issue again. I'm sitting here looking at the map, and if there's 5 middle schools, and 3 are crowded. The thing is, Creston isn't anywhere near the 2 that have space open. So the reality is they're going to go to Hosford or Kellogg. Why we would make them wait another year, I just don't see it. I mean, they're not going to jump over school communities to go to Harrison Park or to go to Lane. They're not even geographically. I mean, frankly, the Creston boundaries practically touch Kellogg.
So this is my response. So I think it is highly likely that if we delay a decision for a year on Creston, that Creston parents and students will get precisely the outcome that they are asking for. I suspect once we deal with the boundaries and all the rest of it, my suspicion is that Creston as a whole will end up at Kellogg. But it will be done in a way that is deliberate and won't create a school that is so overwhelmed with warm bodies that it's going to be very difficult to have the kind of middle school experience that people are asking for. So I think in addition to that, delaying it for a year responds to the concerns about having students split in a year after a pandemic. If they continue as a K-8 for 1 more year, they will stay whole as a school community. If we push this decision without due diligence, and I think that's what this is, if we push it for an immediate resolution to satisfy the Creston parents, I think it's going to be an inferior outcome for everybody.
It must have been totally within the realm of possibilities, of good possibilities, because this is the one option. It wasn't like there was 2 options. This was in the one option that went to the community, that for the community process. I mean, I was disappointed that there weren't 2 options. It's like, how come the community only gets 1 option? But the one option had Creston going to Kellogg. And to me, I feel a sense of like outer Southeast has had, you know, as we've done this other transition work for middle schools, asking Creston to wait another year when we're saying you're going to get that outcome anyway, because I don't see any. If I saw some other outcome, to me, it would make sense to potentially wait, but I don't see another outcome. So, you know, it's like they're not going to go to Harrison Park and they're not going to go to Lane. I mean, there's just not even geographically touching any of those boundaries. And so they are going to go to those 2 schools, and they wouldn't go to Mount Tabor probably, because Mount Tabor's full and Creston's way closer to Kellogg.
Can I ask a factual question related to this? With the switch of keeping the DLI program at Mount Tabor and moving 70 Creston students into Kellogg, does that change the overall enrollment at Kellogg substantially or materially for next year? Because I thought I heard those numbers were roughly equivalent.
You said they are. You said the 72 students in the 3 grades of the Tabor DLI and 70 students currently slotted from Creston to go to Kellogg.
So before we got new enrollment numbers, I was at least thinking about looking at that as an option to get some Creston kids into Kellogg. The new enrollment numbers push the baseline up to 91%. And then if you get a bump, you're up to 101%. Now you can change the 91%, lower it by taking out the DLI program. But then if you replace that with the 70 kids from Creston, then you're back to 91 plus the 10% bump, 101%.
Okay, but just to be clear, the proposal—
the enrollment numbers changed the game.
Right, I hear that. But the original proposal didn't keep DLI. So I hear you saying there was another option that you might have put on the table to keep Spanish DLI at Mount Tabor, but the coalition's proposal had Kellogg at 91%. And then you're right, if we get a bump, it'll be over enrolled. This proposal
original proposal, the coalition did not have.
I know the numbers changed. I'm saying the proposal we had in front of us with the most recent numbers would have had Kellogg at 91%. This alternative has Kellogg at 91%. So the crowded argument, I'm just trying to understand where that's coming from, because it seems to me that either way, Kellogg would have been roughly the same enrollment next year.
No, what I would recommend is that we defer the DLI program feeding into Kellogg to keep Kellogg not at 91%, but go back to the spreadsheet.
So that would be a change, though, to what the Southeast Guiding Coalition recommended.
Right.
That would put it down to 81%.
That's not a proposal that we've.
All right, so a couple of things. I know there's several people who want to speak. The other thing I'm going to ask is Director Moore and Director Bailey, do you have amendment language? If you want to amend what's the resolution that's before us, that might be, something we want to entertain and consider, is to make an amendment to this. Because that's the sort of the process at this point, is if you have another idea or another proposal, that to bring that forward. Director Constam, what did you have to add?
Well, I may have an amendment and I have a couple of thoughts, but the one of the things that really sticks in my craw here that no one else seems to be too exercised about is that we are just blithely violating our clear board policy, which says that transfers are approved through the highest grade. Now, maybe there's some gray area there, because is it the highest grade when you entered that school, or is it whatever the highest grade ends up to be if that school gets reconfigured? I think that that's worth discussion, and I'm interested in how my colleagues feel about the potential of sending students at Creston, Arleta, Lane, and Marysville, if they're not in the DLI programs, back to their neighborhood schools with this reconfiguration, because after all, we are a system of neighborhood schools, and that is our current policy, regardless of the fact that it hasn't been followed in our last two most recent examples of reconfiguration. So that matters to me. I'm interested in people's comments, and then I have a couple other things I wanted to say.
My expectation would be that if a student was at Creston or Marysville or Arleta or wherever and didn't live in the neighborhood and wasn't in DLI, they would go to their neighborhood middle school.
That's not the proposal. Built into this proposal.
So that's not the proposal.
This proposal has 72 students who, just like you said, but would go back unless we make a decision otherwise. This is that cohort. I think the sense from the Southeast Guiding Coalition was the cohort was more important. But I think to Amy's point, that hasn't been our policy.
It is not our existing policy. So I guess nobody seems too quick to share their views on this. So I'll see if there's support for an amendment. I'd like to propose an amendment to follow board policy. I don't have the citations in front of me. That designates that transfers are approved through the highest grade, and that students in the Kellogg feeder schools, if they are not neighborhood students, revert to their neighborhood schools.
Or not in a special program like deaf, hard, and hearing, or the SPED.
Special education classrooms. And then there's always the hardship transfer process. But yes, Julia, thank you for that clarification.
I would second that amendment.
And I would third that amendment, because I think that's the first time I've heard the conversation centering on the students, not on the convenience of the district or other stakeholders in the system, but really centering on the kids.
Sorry, this is it's a new issue that I'm going to need a little bit more, and I'd be curious about staff's response to it as well. How many students are we talking about who are in those programs that are outside the neighborhood?
72.
I feel like 72's come up a lot.
That's because I have it in my notes and I misstated it for something else. That's why. But don't hold that against it.
And there's
And
also
Andrew-
a rule of 72.
Oops, sorry, Michelle, go ahead.
Brennan, do we have a real number of how many?
But that's what Judy said. It is 72 out of neighborhood students in grades 5, 6, and 7 at the schools currently proposed to be feeder schools for Kellogg, and I don't know if that includes Creston.
Preston, and I clarified with other staff who are watching, it does not include students in deaf and hard of hearing or special ed focused classrooms. So these are just students who are in neighborhood programs at what would be the 4 feeder schools to Kellogg if you included Creston.
That's a lot of kids.
But Judy, at the beginning of the meeting, you said something different. When I asked about the 72, you said that included special ed and deaf and hard of hearing. Because when you sent that chart that had where those students are, they all have another, like 21 of them are laying 17 out of district. But you said that they were, but now you're saying they aren't the deaf and hard of hearing or the SPED classrooms.
We don't really need to worry about this right now. We can just make sure that the language of the amendment makes it clear that we're only talking about students in the neighborhood programs at those feeder schools, not in the DLI program, not in the special education focus rooms, and not in the deaf and hard of hearing program.
Well,
so how many of those?
What's important? Sorry. I think it's. I hear what you're saying about policy, but again, what it sounds like we're doing is throwing a brand new idea on the table. You're saying that these kids who have gone through the appropriate process to end up in the school they are, even though they're outside of that catchment area, you're proposing an amendment that would tell them they cannot stay with the cohort that they have gone to school with so far, that they are going to go back to their neighborhood school where they have never been.
I'm proposing an amendment to change this resolution, but it's actually not telling those kids and families anything different. Because when they applied to transfer out of their neighborhood school, it was made very clear to them that those transfer rights were good up until the highest grade of the school that they were transferring to. So it's not a big switcheroo on them, other than the fact that the middle grades in their feeder schools are disappearing.
But you're saying a student in 6th grade at one of those K through 8s who throughout this conversation over the last few months has assumed they're going to go where their classmates go, that we are now telling them they're going back to a neighborhood school, a neighborhood middle school that they've never attended with a group of kids that they don't know. I mean, I think we need to be, that's what we're proposing, right?
No, I know. It's very hard and it's very harsh. And we've been through it before with DLI programs when we have a new high school program and kids have to leave the cohort that they've been in for, their whole elementary education. No, I mean, Andrew, it's.
Well, I'll just say I am more than happy to look at that as part of a process and as part of phase 2, but I am not okay dropping that in a board meeting on families that haven't.
Actually, Director Scott, this was one of 3 options that staff came up with that was brought to the coalition, and they made a decision they want to stick with their resolution. I mean, with their recommendation, but it's not like this is a brand new concept, which is why I had asked for the data because it was presented as like, here's 3 different ways. They can basically come up with 3 different ways to address the giving Creston and ultimately chosen Deputy Superintendent Hertz can speak up, but ultimately chose taking the Mount Tabor out or the immersion program out versus this option.
I struggle with the whole idea of having 6th and 7th graders who've been, let's say, at Marysville, having to go back to neighborhood schools. My question is about current 5th graders. So if a 5th grader goes to Marysville now and they do not live in the neighborhood, will they get to go to Kellogg or will they go to their neighborhood middle school?
I think what we're saying here, Judy, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the 5th, 6th, and 7th graders at those feeder schools will be assigned to Kellogg.
That's what's in the resolution as written. And I believe your amendment would alternatively assign those students back to their home schools based on their address.
I'm not comfortable with moving current 6th and 7th graders out of their middle school cohort, but I would be open to having 5th graders who are aged out of the program at their school go to their neighborhood middle school. But I think, as Director Scott said, disrupting students in the middle of their middle school experience does not seem like a place that is what's best for students.
And I'll just say, I might have been comfortable had this, I hear that it might have been an option at some point. It's not the option being considered today. And I think these 72 families, or the subset of families that are only in 5th grade, would sure have liked an opportunity to come testify tonight on this proposal. I think if they knew that this was an option. So I would not be comfortable making this change in this meeting.
It was in the options from I think it was our last meeting when we considered these, when we first took up the notion of creating a path for Creston. So it's been publicly surfaced.
Publicly surfaced, but it's not the proposal tonight. So even if a family had been tracking this closely, they would have said, oh, the board is not moving that direction. It's not from staff. It's not from the Guiding Coalition proposal. So yeah.
Okay, well, just because I'm the kind of girl that if I want to make a proposal to add an investment to the budget, I feel a sense of responsibility for proposing my own cut to the budget. Just because I'm that kind of person, I will stick with this amendment to say that I support the staff recommendation for Creston to have a middle school options next year, even though I would prefer that it was all just to one school. But in order to add that bump to Kellogg, I would accompany it with this amendment to stick to our board policy regarding out of neighborhood transfers.
Just to throw out another idea, and I know your proposal, Director Constam, is still on the table, but one issue that was brought up by the Creston community yesterday is like the bump. And so what happens was been described by staff is when you open a new school, students families maybe who hadn't chosen their neighborhood school for elementary school, but went to a charter or private school, then they come back, and the Creston community, I think, their point was, hey, you're prioritizing families and students who, weren't committed to the neighborhood school concept, went somewhere else, and you're prioritizing possible or future students that may decide to come back over families that chose a neighborhood school. And what's sad about Creston is like they stayed with their neighborhood school, even though that what PPS offered them was a very inequitable middle grades experience. So another possibility would be that what came up last night is that those like the bump, if you weren't currently one of the students identified to go in, but if you were part of the bump that were new coming in, that you would have to apply in to the school, because instead of having like Kellogg students, or I'm sorry, Creston students have to apply in, that's more equitable than just saying, hey, these students get a flood in and fill the bump or the 10%, because we, this would fill the school to 91%, and then this bump of future students who are going to come back just because it's a new school. But how fair is that to Creston? So just another concept of where you might get 10% of other students if you're looking for moving students around.
Thank you, Director Grimm-Edwards. So we've been discussing this now for an hour and 25 minutes, and I know we have a lot more to do here. My question to you is, we need to vote on the Constam amendment, and we still have public comment we need to hear. So what all is your will as a board about what our next steps should be at this moment?
And I have one clarifying comment.
Great. Go with your clarifying comment, Claire. What do you think?
Just being aware as new kids move into the area and we assign them to another school, we're creating another transportation issue. So just wanting people to be aware that those students would have to be assigned somewhere and we'd have to consider transportation. The other piece, Judy Brennan, I want to make sure that you've shared with me some data about 16 Kellogg neighborhood fifth graders. So if you could state that clearly for the board.
Or just to put some data behind the concept you were just discussing, what we see is 16 students who would live in the Kellogg boundary as it's being proposed, including Creston, who are in other PPS K-5 schools right now for whatever reason. And at the end of fifth grade, they're going to need a middle school. So if Kellogg is closed to any new students other than those that are in the feeder schools at this time, we have to consider where those students would be assigned. And then as Claire mentioned, we'd have to make sure that we provide them transportation. That's all part of this if we think about limiting enrollment to just the kids who are in the feeder schools.
And Judy, do we know how many fifth graders are in our feeder schools to Kellogg that are not in neighborhood? I know that 5 through 7 is 72. Do we know how many are fifth graders? I know you got to click to the right screen there.
I'm counting 20. 20 fifth grade, 27 sixth grade, 25 seventh grade. Yes, so 20 of the 72 are fifth graders. 7 of those appear to be students who do live in other districts, so wouldn't have another PPS school. And then Harrison Park would be the top of the 20 students with 5 students in those other feeder schools.
Thank you.
Sorry, how many did you say were out of district?
7 of the 20. Likely students who have moved to other districts and, as is our policy, have been given the right to stay to the highest grade. What's on the table is defining what highest grade means.
So the Constam amendment that's before us would say that students in 5th, 6th, and 7th grade this year who live out of neighborhood would not go into Kellogg. That's the amendment before us. I have already stated I won't vote for that, but I would vote for something that would say 5th graders, students who are in 5th grade this year, would need to return to their neighborhood schools and not be assigned to Kellogg.
I would be willing to accept that as a friendly amendment. And it is friendly. It's a kinder and gentler, slightly less impact, but a kinder and gentler, and I think ultimately more student-centered option. So friendly amendment accepted to the amendment on the table.
And so just to clarify, so you still have the Mount Tabor dual immersion staying where it is. So that's like 70, and this is 20 more students. Is that?
This would reduce the Kellogg load by 20 fifth graders. So they would reduce 6th grade by 20 students.
They go back to their neighborhood middle school or middle grades program.
And I support this because it does follow our policy and it does give us a little more space at Kellogg. And so all we're talking about in this amendment is just that question of what does it mean to be in your school to the highest grade? And what we're saying is that dividing line will be 5th grade for this next year if this amendment passes.
I think that's a reasonable interpretation. I think that could be argued that that's not really a deviation from our policy. It's just a different interpretation.
So I'm just going to restate again. I'm not sure I oppose this on a policy basis. I oppose it very much on a process basis, though. And I think that we know in community engagement, when people pay attention is when something's going to affect them directly and immediately. And I think the fact that it was on the table for the Southeast Guiding Coalition or came to us as a potential option, it was not teed up as a decision we were going to make today. And I think 20 families waking up tomorrow and realizing that the middle school and the kids, their kids' friends that they plan to go next September, they might have been tracking this loosely to say, okay, we're going to end up somewhere or Kellogg or whatever, to find out they're going to a completely different school with a completely different cohort of friends. We owe it to those families to have engaged them. And I'm not aware that we have. So that's the reason I'll oppose this.
But just to make the point again, this is this is what they were told when they transferred out of their neighborhood school.
But it hasn't been, because they've been in the K through 8 program and expecting to go to school with those people through 8th grade.
Director DePass, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say I agree with the friendly amendment, and with the caveat that we engage those families that would be impacted. I think that's important too. Wanted to say to Director Scott, I think that the engagement piece is really important.
Can I just throw in?
Yeah, go ahead, Rita.
I think I'm going to have to go with Director Scott on this one. It was explicitly discussed by the Guiding Coalition, and they came to a conclusion. And I believe we should kind of stand by the commitments that the district made to the Guiding Coalition. But I'd like to say, for all future processes, that we should ensure that the existing policies governing enrollments, transfers, anything having to do with student assignment to a school should be built into the process from the beginning.
All right, are we ready to vote on the Constam amendment?
Sure, Lowry.
Yeah.
If there's no more board discussion, I just wanted to read back what I have for the language for the amendment.
Because we've been a little
if we're there.
fast and loose. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, Kara.
I have that we have an amendment to include the resolution that the district, in the resolution, excuse me, that the district would follow board policy that designates that transfers are approved through the highest grade, and that the students in the 5th grade in the Kellogg School feeder schools go back to their neighborhood schools for middle school unless they are enrolled in a special program.
Yeah, I would change the language to read for the middle grades, because they may not have a middle school. They may have, their neighborhood school might be a K-8.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion before we vote on this amendment?
So Judy, the data on these families is that they're these kids are that they're predominantly low-income children of color, as far as we know.
Of the 72 students, yes, mostly students of color, 50% direct certify, which is much higher than the district average or the broader Southeast average.
And what are those commensurate figures for Creston?
Just the overall?
Yeah, or I mean, if you have it for the middle grades, which you probably don't.
I don't. I could look it up, but I don't have it at my hand.
Lower.
Lower, Kristen. All right, are we ready to vote on the amendment? Sorry.
Well, so I just want to say, I would want to know more about what are the circumstances that led to these kids being in these schools and not in their neighborhood school. Was it a hardship transfer around some kind of bullying going on? I think principals could probably key us in. And I think especially in this day of COVID, I don't know if this is a good thing for kids. I get the policy, but this is also an extraordinary situation that we're having with COVID and its impact on kids.
Was there any discussion around this proposal with the Guiding Coalition? Do we have any background from our principals or anyone in the community here?
I didn't hear principals talk about it in the small group I was in, but the coalition members were like, no, we do not want, we want the kids to move together.
My sense is that the Guiding Coalition didn't talk about, there wasn't a case-by-case discussion. It was more a kind of statement of principle that they thought the kids who were part of the school communities should remain.
Well, then we need to change our policy, because right now our policy is that they remain up until the highest grade in that school. And if we're not going to walk the talk, then we should change the policy.
Because there was a big rip the Band-Aid off for
Yeah,
the emerging programs.
Yeah.
Or, well, we could either change the policy or we could comply with the policies that we have.
Kristen is
amendment is seeking to do.
Kristen is 26.5% direct cert for free and reduce, and that is half of what the students that we're talking about in the amendment from Director Constam.
All right, are we ready to vote on this matter, or do we want to have further discussion? All right, all in favor of the Constam amendment, please indicate by saying yes. Yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 Okay, I know how Scott and Andrew and Amy and I voted. Julia, Rita, and Michelle, can you let me know? I didn't hear
Yes.
you. Or did you vote yes, Michelle?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
So did I.
So Michelle, Julia, so DePass, Brim Edwards, and Constam and Lowry all voted yes. And Scott, Bailey, and Moore voted no. So the Constam amendment passes 4-3 with Student Representative Hsu voting.
Do I get to vote on this?
Also, you're already abstaining based on process, right?
I'm not sure what your question is, Nathaniel.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to vote on this?
Yes, Liz says yes.
Oh, then no.
Okay. So the amendment passes 4-3. We are going to turn now to our public comment and hear from the public before we vote on the final resolution. Ms. Bradshaw, is there public comment on this matter? Ms. Bradshaw, you're muted. Sorry.
I was trying to get unmuted. I was just hitting the wrong part of my keyboard. Yes, there is. We have Tammy Mosna, and I apologize. I've not moved them over yet.
Hi, my name is Tammy Mosnot. It's spelled M-O-S-N-O-T, and I use she, her pronouns. I have a child in 5th grade at Creston, and I've been a high school teacher in the Beaverton School District for 18 years. First of all, I want to thank PPS for amending the coalition's proposal to include a guarantee that Creston kids will have a middle school for next fall. It was the right thing to do, and we are grateful. We are absolutely not okay, however, with splitting up our cohort in the way that your revised plan does. This will separate only 24 of our students, split between 3 grade levels, from their classmates. This is unacceptable. The district did not properly oversee this process, and that is why we are in this mess. And it is up to the district to fix it in a way that does not place the entire weight of irresponsible management and oversight of this process on the shoulders of 24 middle school students. I'm going to interrupt what I plan to say to talk about the structural inequities of the composition of the Southeast Guiding Coalition. You say that you commissioned people to do this work and that these were selfless volunteers. Yes, those people put in a ton of work, and I am grateful for that. But can we really neglect the fact that everybody on that Southeast Guiding Coalition has skin in the game? Every single person, there's an inherent bias within the composition of the people that make up that coalition. And if there were certain sort of agendas that for which there were more representatives on that coalition, for example, the consolidation of DLI programs, then obviously that priority is going to rise to the top. There are some inherent structural inequities in the way that this process was carried out. When our daughter was in preschool, we were introduced to the frenetic culture, literally, in Southeast Portland of people clamoring to compete for the limited number of spots at focus and option schools. We had no interest in joining that frenzy. We didn't even know that you were supposed to apply to go to school. We just thought you got to go to your neighborhood school. Well, we quickly realized why. Everybody was desperately looking for an alternative to their neighborhood school because they thought that their school wouldn't be good enough. We wondered if we were putting our own child at a disadvantage by not doing the same thing. We didn't know what to do, but we ultimately decided to do what just simply felt right to us: invest in our neighborhood school. We held true to our belief that if everybody chooses to lottery out of their neighborhood school, this leads to further depletion of resources and worsening conditions for those that are left behind. At Creston, our families rallied behind the bond so that our neighborhood middle school, Kellogg, could be built. From the very beginning, we were told that Creston would feed to Kellogg. We were even given a brochure with Kellogg pictured on the front of it at our back to school night at Creston. And then when the Southeast Guiding Coalition was formed, nearly all of the proposed scenarios had Creston feeding to Kellogg. But then, in an abrupt about face, at the last minute, the proposal omitting Creston was voted on by the coalition, presented to the school board. Our promise of a neighborhood middle school was literally ripped out from underneath us overnight. The new reality not only removed Creston from Kellogg as a feeder path, but it left us without a middle school option at all. And no one ever explained to us that the plan would for sure ultimately be either Hosford or Kellogg the following year. That was never stated. No promises were made. And with the school's enrollments being as high as they are, what would leave us to believe that there would actually be room made for us that following year? So there we were. People are accusing us as having loud voices, but honestly, I think anybody having been through that history that I just explained would have a hard time remaining quiet under these circumstances. And I need to talk about the wrongful prioritization of DLI programs. When examining this proposal, it became crystal clear that its driving force had been prioritizing the placement of DLI programs, thus leaving no room for Creston as a neighborhood school. Specialty programs, special options for a select group of students. And yes, I do realize that DLI programs benefit some of our most vulnerable students, English language learners. But it is time to be honest about the other side of the coin. DLI programs have also been a near alternative to private schools for many English-speaking students in these DLI cohorts. It has been a way to escape having to attend a neighborhood school that is perceived as being not good enough, while also gaining the educational capital of becoming bilingual at the same time. PPS needs to make neighborhood schools its top priority, creating high quality neighborhood schools that are so good that nobody needs or wants to lottery out, and that are so good that ELL students thrive there like never before. Neighborhood schools over specialty programs, please. They are the backbone of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If Lisa Kenzel.
I'm just going to remind folks, because I didn't say it earlier, when you give your testimony, to state your name and spell your last name, and know that you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa Kensel, Kensel. I use the pronouns she and her. I have 3 children that attend school in PPS. 2 of my children currently attend Creston K-8, a 4th grader and a 7th grader. And I have 1 student now at Franklin High School who also attended Creston for grades K through 8. I've lived in the neighborhood since 1995, so I have a lot of historical knowledge. And for the past 12 years, I've been an active community advocate for Creston and Southeast Portland. As someone who's been involved with this process for some time, I come before you tonight to share my comments on the modification to the resolution that converts Creston to a K-5 neighborhood school in the fall of 2021. I fully support converting Creston to a K-5, and I have some comments on the implementation as that process moves forward. To answer Director Moore and Director Bailey's questions directly about waiting for another year, I will say we've been waiting for nearly 15 years. I first came before you to testify in 2016 to ask you to include Kellogg on this 2017 bond. And prior to that, I pulled together a group of school parent representatives from all across Southeast Portland to discuss the needs of our students in each community. We all agreed that students in Southeast Portland did not have the same opportunities afforded to other students in our city due to the high concentration of K-8s and no middle school options. Having been involved with the DBRAC process, I also understood that having Kellogg operational was an important factor in relieving numerous enrollment issues that existed in Southeast Portland schools. During my involvement with this bond stakeholder advisory group, we debated the merits of a replacement or a renovation of Kellogg, and we moved forward with advocating for a full replacement of Kellogg. Following the passage of the 2017 bond, I was honored to work on the Kellogg DAG committee and provide input for how this new building would serve the students in Southeast Portland. Creston, as well as our Southeast school neighbors, have been waiting again for this opportunity to have a middle school for over a decade. We're going on 15 years. So I personally want to thank the board for honoring the commitment to our voters and working to open Kellogg as a neighborhood middle school. It's been highly anticipated. And Southeast Portland and the Creston community have been, again, without that school for 15 years. So we know this is a lot better for our kids than under-enrolled K-8s in Southeast Portland. And I also agree that you can't just throw resources at a K-8 and make it what everybody else gets at a middle school. While I'm in favor of the resolution before you this evening, I also have concerns. The current proposal gives Creston middle grade students a middle school placement, but it fractures a small school community and sends just 23 Creston students to a middle school where their longtime classmates will not attend. This breaks down to 7 fifth graders, 7 sixth graders, and 9 seventh graders, those current students in 5th, 6th, and 7th grades. Social and emotional well-being of our PPS students is a priority for all of us, especially in the post-COVID era as we re-enter our schools. So splitting off such a small cohort of students has a huge negative impact for both students and families. The current proposal also changes high school feeder patterns, sending families that live mere blocks from Franklin into a feeder pattern that ends up at Cleveland. And this doesn't meet the proximity priorities as a district for neighborhood schools. And finally, we know that split feeders at neighborhood schools have not helped to retain enrollment numbers sufficient to maintain schools. We've seen enrollment in these neighborhood schools decline when there are split feeder options or multiple focus options in the area. Creston's a really good example of that. And I know that this will impact Creston in a negative way, because what parent on the north side of Powell will even consider sending their kid to Creston in kindergarten with the thought that they would have to split off and go to Hosford and Cleveland once they matriculate up through grade 5? A split feeder at Richmond, JMP, and neighborhood feeding to different middle schools in the early 2000s is what decimated that neighborhood program and closed Richmond as a neighborhood school. We've seen this play out in our history. So I come to you tonight as someone who's been involved in this process to bring a middle school opportunity to the students of Southeast Portland, completely in favor of transitioning Creston to a K-5 and sending middle grade students onto middle schools. But I ask that we continue to prioritize community and neighborhood schools and feed Creston students as a full cohort to Kellogg, especially given the board's support for maintaining middle school cohorts, the fluidity of this data, and both Hosford and Kellogg being at similar enrollment percentages once we make this transition. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. We have Megan Kelly.
Hi, my name is Megan Kelly, K-E-L-L-E-Y. I use the pronouns she, her, hers. And I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak again tonight. I know I was here at the last board meeting, so hopefully you're not tired of seeing my face. I currently serve as the Creston School PTA president, and I want to thank the board members who responded to our requests for individual conversations about this proposal. It's really valuable to know that any neighborhood school community can have access to those people yourselves who represent us and are ultimately accountable to the future of our children. So thank you. I know that you've heard a lot from Creston in the last couple weeks or so, and we are very appreciative of the change to the resolution. PPS is a district of neighborhood schools, and Southeast Portland is unique because we have both neighborhood schools and a really high concentration of language immersion and lottery-focused option programs. Southeast Portland seems to be unique in that there continues to be a question of whether our kids deserve to go to their neighborhood schools, and focus option programs seem to be being prioritized over and over neighborhood programs. As at Creston, we are proud of our community. We have invested in our neighborhood school. We experience both the struggle and the resilience that comes from that choice. I would also like to address the SCGC process. Most importantly, the fact that the coalition is comprised of Southeast community members. Some of those members have knowledge and expertise in education, but most of them do not. They're parents like myself. As much as every member wants to remain objective, that's inherently impossible. Therefore, we ask that the coalition be seen as it should be, a group of community members who have been asked to give feedback and suggestions. They should not have as much power in this process as they have been allowed to take. We encourage PPS and the board to take more ownership of this process and lead. You are the experts who have been hired and elected to make decisions that affect all of our children. We've been asked why we didn't speak up until late in the game. Well, early on, we didn't need to, and we did not need to take space from impacted communities. There was one community town hall and one proposal was presented, and that proposal met our goal. After the town hall, PPS and the board directed the focus of the coalition to look only on Bridger overcrowding and Kellogg enrollment. The proposals were adjusted and the community, our Creston community, was not provided an opportunity for feedback, and our kids were no longer being served in that proposal. In fact, Hosford was still over-enrolled in that proposal, so there were still inherent problems. If you look at the proposal, there's no reasonable location for Creston to go in fall of 2022 without this amendment. So if you ask us to trust you, but there are no options left for us, unless the plan is for us to displace the Mandarin program, which makes no sense, then you're asking us to do something that's impossible. Last night was the first time our community has been given an opportunity to address the proposal together in conversation with PPS staff the night before the board vote. At no time did PPS staff reach out to Creston for input on any of those changes prior to that meeting, despite our coalition rep clearly expressing concerns and distress of our community. And I know I'm over time. So in summary, please vote to approve this resolution and please provide direct guidance and expectations to PPS staff so that we can change and improve the process moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment.
All right. Is there any further board discussion before we vote on resolution 6236 as amended?
Chair Lowry, I have some just general comments to make.
Great.
And actually, I would have liked to have made these at the very beginning, but we just dove right into, I think, probably the last topic that still was not yet resolved. But so I'm just going to step back for a minute and go back to July of 2019. And Portland Public Schools had a U.S. Office of Civil Rights complaint relating to the inequitable middle grades offerings for many of our students. At the time, the board reached an agreement to have the OCR complaint withdrawn. And the commitment was that PPS staff and the board would move ahead with trying to create an environment in which those 1,800 to 2,500 students who were in under-enrolled K-8s had an opportunity to participate in a middle school experience. And following that withdrawal of the OCR complaint, the board, working with the staff, opened 2 middle schools, Harriet Tubman and Roseway Heights, which was a huge win for those students, that they moved from really an inequitable environment to a middle grades experience, which I think under the newly created district vision is only going to get better. But the biggest after Roseway Heights and Harriet Tubman middle schools were open, the biggest concentration of the remaining K-8s are in Southeast. And it's a region of the city that has experienced over the years, as referenced by some of the parents tonight, a lot of disruption and inequity over the last 20 to 30 years. I mean, you had both Bensmead and Kellogg middle schools closing. You had Marshall High School closing. So it's the only high school that's closed since Jackson, Washington, and Adams in 1981. So they had major high school, 2 middle schools, and then over the years there's been a loss of a lot of neighborhood programs as focus programs expanded in the schools, and the neighborhood programs became too small for the to sustain a neighborhood program, whether that was Brookland, Edwards, Youngson. So I think when I look at Southeast, it's the last place where we have a large concentration. And that doesn't diminish at all with, that we have some other schools in the district where we have K-8s where students aren't getting an equitable middle grades experience, but the vast majority of them are in outer Southeast. So I want to thank the Southeast Guiding Coalition, the staff and the school community for the proposal tonight, because opening another middle school, let's not lose sight of that, is a huge win for the students in the middle grades in outer Southeast who were in under-enrolled K-8s and receiving an equitable middle grades experience. And this action tonight and the opening of the school next year is really going to change that. And that's a great thing. And Kellogg will be our first fully rebuilt middle school that supports and accelerates student achievement. So I think it's the vision and the model of what's to come. I think we should celebrate that as well. In general, as I've mentioned tonight, I support much of the proposal that staff was going to accept from the Southeast Guiding Coalition. It's great to see hundreds of Southeast students who didn't have this equitable experience now have the opportunity. It's going to be super exciting. Middle grade years, when you have opportunities to pursue your passion, I think it sparks a love of learning and just really sets students up for success in high school. And so, I think I don't want to lose that whole piece of that tonight, because it's huge for the district and huge for outer Southeast. And then I'm just going to take a moment to talk about Creston, because it has been a K-8 since 2006. And so, I think the disappointment of, hey, wait another year, was, not something we should have asked the Creston community. And I think it surprised them. And as we've talked earlier tonight, that's not what we want to do as a school community. So the coalition did great work. I feel like there was additional work to make it more equitable. Creston students deserve a middle school for their 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And I want to thank both Superintendent Guerrero and Deputy Superintendent Hertz for looking at the data again and trying to figure out ways in which we could really make the promise of more students in Southeast having a middle school opportunity this next year after waiting a long period of time. So thank you, Superintendent and Deputy Superintendent Hertz. So all in all, I'm gonna be supportive, and there's 2 sort of final issues I want to touch on before we leave this topic, because I'm feeling once we leave the topic tonight, it'll be, let's go full speed ahead on the next phase. And I would like to, for the board to have a discussion about how that next phase works. Again, because Southeast has experienced a lot of change and is going to continue to experience a lot of change. And I think we need to be intentional about what that looks like and identify the goals of the work. And maybe some of the tonight's confusion was based on what is a higher priority, opening a middle school with neighborhood enrollments, or was it getting all the DLI programs in one building? And that wasn't clear for me. So I think just having clarity from the board on what the goals are. And then to this piece that's been spoken about tonight as well, what the role of staff, the board, and the community advisory group is. Because I think we need to be crystal clear. I don't want any volunteer to spend a lot of time and feel like that we wasted their time. I mean, that's horrible, because I've been a parent volunteer. So let's just be really clear about what each of our roles are. And frankly, I don't want to be accountable for something that I don't have any ability to impact. So I think the board and staff should have that discussion about what our roles are, because I very clearly see that in some ways this is exactly how things were supposed to happen, in that we got a solid recommendation from the community advisory, staff got a solid recommendation from the community advisory group that in almost all aspects is carrying forward. Staff looked at it, they made some revisions, which is totally appropriate. And the board asked to have some revisions, which is also totally appropriate because ultimately we're the deciders, but also I want staff to apply their expertise and the knowledge they have to the work. And I think that makes a better process. So I think we should, all be clear as we move ahead on what everybody's roles are. The other thing is, and this is like a smaller issue, but it became an issue when we didn't have agreement, and the small group breakout sessions, you can't observe them in real time. And so, it's just like, this is an issue with COVID, but if, COVID probably is going to be the context in which we operate going forward, that because the small group breakout sessions, people weren't able to see those discussions and understand the thinking. So if all of a sudden things just popped out, if you were a community member that wasn't on the coalition, and it created a sense of opaqueness about the coalition's work. So, if we go, as we move forward, as long as we're still in COVID, how do we do that in a way that there's transparency and an opportunity for the community to have better visibility to the data and the decision-making and the discussions? Because I do think in many cases that leads to the community to accept recommendations that they may not have accepted or supported in the first place, but if they understand the rationale. So I really think we should look at how do we do that in a way which is more transparent. And then finally, based on last night's meeting with the Creston community, I thought the community brought forth some pretty compelling data and arguments about why all the Creston students should be stay as one cohort. And I hope the district staff will consider that data and the importance of the cohort of 23 students who would not be going with the rest of their very small elementary school cohorts. And I hopefully also that the action tonight, whether it's the CONSTAM amendment or the retention of the Spanish immersion students at Mount Tabor, that provides the district some flexibility for this next year, and that we're able to land this in a way that we have a huge cohort of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students next year in a brand new school, getting that rich middle school experience that we'd all want for ourselves. So I want to thank the staff and the coalition and other board members who thought through this process and got us to where we are today, because this is a big step forward.
Thank you, Director Brim-Edwards. Director Scott.
Thanks. I know it's late. I'll try and be brief, but I do think it's important that we be sort of transparent in our thinking on issues like this. So it's a very difficult decision, and the Southeast Guiding Coalition had a really difficult job to do, and they did it really, really well. We knew that starting with Southeast, and then when we divided that into phase 1 and phase 2 was going to make it challenging because the changes we're making now impact changes in the future. The alternative, which was to try and do the entire district at once, we determined it was logistically impossible, and I actually think this experience validates that decision, but that doesn't make it any easier that we're going to run into some of those issues. And I think that's what we're running into here. I am going to support the resolution, not because it's perfect, but because I think it attempts to thread a needle between these phase 1 and phase 2 decisions. And I think it does so in an artful way. I think it's, as I mentioned, it's important that we explain the decisions we're making, particularly when we disagree with the coalition that we tasked with making recommendations to staff. And I agree with a lot of what Dr. Moore said regarding the risk of pulling on individual threads of these proposals, because I think the entire thing can unravel very quickly. I think we need to be really careful about that. But what sort of swayed me is the resolution before us. It is a staff recommendation, and it's based on their conversations with board members, with community members, and applying their own professional judgment to the work of the Southeast Guiding Coalition. Again, the Southeast Guiding Coalition put together a proposal that was good. It met the district and board goals. They worked really hard on it, and I want to commend them for that. For me, the cost of leaving Creston students out of the middle school experience outweighed the cost of having overcrowded middle schools. There's no right answer to this. And I think the Southeast Guiding Coalition did struggle with this, and they considered this, and they came out down on the side of saying, actually, they thought having Creston students wait one more year, was worth, sort of avoiding that. And it's a totally reasonable place to come down. I do think, though, what was kind of persuasive for me in this conversation is that it's not clear to me that the change we're making because of the DLI to Mount Tabor really is going to make the enrollment in Kellogg any worse than it would have been under that coalition. And I also think what's really important is that for me, it allows that necessary flexibility in phase 2. Some of those things might get a little more difficult, but they're still on the table to address a lot of the issues that were raised tonight. And I think finally, public trust is really important. The Creston community assumed they were going to Kellogg. I can't speak to what was said by prior administrations or prior boards. I wasn't here, actively during the 2017 bond campaign, but that community genuinely believed they were going to go to Kellogg, and I think that deserves some weight in terms of our overall public trust, which is the only currency we have. I do want to follow up a little bit on Director Brim-Edwards' comments just about phase 2, because I think coming out of this and communicating with some coalition members, I think it's really important that as we go through the process, as they go through the process, that we build in some check-ins, because I think one of the things that was a little bit difficult was they had constraints that we had given them. They were barred at looking at changes beyond the Kellogg feeder pattern, which is one of the reasons why they weren't able to say, Creston, you won't go in 21, but you will go, in 2022. We didn't allow them to do that. This conflict between, do we convert the K-8s or do we deal with the overcrowding issue? If we can't do both, was something that we could have built in check-ins with the board for staff to come back and say, okay, what would you emphasize going forward? We could have provided some additional guidance. I think as we go into phase 2, that's something to really look at. Again, I think the coalition members will feel better about the process, and it brings the board along in that process as well. So for all those reasons, I'm going to support it. I really do appreciate all the hard work. It's a very, very hard decision. And so thanks to everyone involved.
Thank you, Director Scott. I too am going to support the staff recommendation as amended. And again, I want to thank the coalition for all their work. I want to thank staff for all of their work, listening to board members and listening to the public, and taking the work of the Southeast Guiding Coalition and presenting us with something workable tonight. I don't think it's perfect, and I don't think we can hope for perfect. But I do think it really represents substantive listening and a lot of people's best work. So thank you, everyone that was part of this. Judy, I did have a question about some of the fallout from the amendment that we passed. Students who, is there still a window for students to request a hardship transfer? So any of those 5th graders that will now not be going automatically to Kellogg, they can still request a hardship transfer into Kellogg if they so choose, or another school. Yes, okay.
Yes,
so,
and we would prioritize siblings of kids who are moving, who are, for example, in the 7th and 8th grade cohort, but approval would be based on space availability.
And I just wanted to say that publicly for any of those families who are affected or know those families that are affected, that they have that option. All right, anything further before we call for the vote?
Just the last thing I want to say is I wanted to speak to Nathaniel's comments. Nathaniel, I really appreciated what you had to say, and I regret that we weren't able to make a course correction earlier on, because you did raise these issues about student participation much earlier in the process. So I just hope that we have a commitment to make sure that in the second phase, students play a central role in guiding us through this process, because we've done such a good job of engaging students on our policy committee, on our budget committee, and these issues around, school enrollment and boundaries are things that students really are going to have strong opinions on, and have a lot of valuable lived experience to contribute to our decision making. So Nathaniel, my personal apologies for not having done a better job of supporting that when you raised it at the very beginning of this process, and my personal commitment to make sure that we all do a better job moving forward.
Director Bailey?
Yeah, I wasn't ready for this discussion to end because we haven't considered one other important factor that's out there, and that's creative science. Right now, creative science is at the former Clark site. I think it's fair to say that that should be the future site of the K-5 students who are now at Harrison Park. And the coalition is going to ask us what we want to do with creative science. And that's a huge question mark hanging out there. And we don't know where those students are going to end up or in what form.
And this is phase 2. I mean, this is work we'll be doing in phase 2, correct, Director Bailey?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we are 2 hours and 10 minutes into this conversation about phase 1. So can we?
Let me finish. This is one of the other factors that could greatly impact how many students feed into Kellogg. And so that's why I'm going to be voting no. That and all the other reasons I said about capacity. I'd love to say yes to everybody. Isn't that what elected officials do? We try to find a way to say yes to everybody. And when we do, we create conditions on the ground that aren't fair for kids and aren't fair for staff.
All right, anything further before we call for the vote? All right, I now bring before us resolution 6236, Kellogg Middle School Student Assignment Plan, as amended. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no.
No.
Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6236 is approved by a vote of 5-2, with Student Representative Shu voting
No.
All right, we are going to go ahead and take a break now, and I wanted to let our board members know and staff know as well that we have gone ahead and postponed the study session that was to be after this meeting because of the recognition that it's already an hour past start time, almost an hour past start time for that gathering. So know that we will end slightly earlier than maybe you were forecasting. So let's take a 5-minute break and be back at 10:07. Thanks, everyone. We are continuing on with really important, vital conversations tonight. And now we turn to our updated COVID metrics and our update on LIPI and plans for hybrid in third quarter. And LIPI means limited in-person instruction for those who don't speak acronyms all day like some of the rest of us end up doing here. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this agenda item?
I would. Thank you, Chair Lowry. And I had a feeling we might get to this agenda item a little later in the program, which is why I tried to give the viewing audience a little bit of the highlights in my opening report. But as I said then, we promised to provide our community and our employees an extensive update on where we stand at the end of the second quarter during this pandemic. So it's been, as you can appreciate, an evolving complexity of variables and factors and evolving guidelines and metrics. And we'll continue talking about some of that. But we're eager to share what we pledged to do and just give you our families a more thorough understanding of where we are. So we have team lined up to share some of the bigger points. As we commence this agenda item, we blasted out a broad community-wide message. In case you noticed that in your inbox, we realize it's a little later. Hopefully families will have a chance to read it in the morning. But we have here, as usual, to help provide an update, a more thorough one, Dr. Russ Brown, our Chief Assistant Performance. He'll be accompanied by Dr. Sean Bird, our Chief of Schools, as well as Sharon Reese, our Chief of HR. So I think they're going to tag team talking about vaccinations, how we're going to expand in-person opportunities, and are developing plans for hybrid instruction to hit our schools. So team, and I know that we have some slides for you as well. And Kara and Roseanne, if you can let staff in from the virtual green room, that would be great.
I want to be in the virtual green room.
Are
there cheese and crackers back there?
Are there snacks?
All right, the ties are showing up. Okay.
There's an extra set of those in the green room.
If there were cheese and crackers back there, no one pointed those out to me. I certainly would have liked them. Thank you, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the board, and the community. As the superintendent mentioned, the three of us will go through and review these materials for you today. I'll start off, and then I'll hand off to Chief Sharon Reese to be able to talk about vaccination, and then finally Chief Bird will talk about limited in-person instruction on our plans for hybrid. Next slide, please. So the superintendent touched on these highlights earlier. I won't belabor them again. We're going to start this third quarter in comprehensive distance learning, and we'll talk about, again, vaccination, some expanded extracurricular activities, and also, again, our plans to move forward, not only through the fourth quarter, but also looking into learning recovery as we move forward. Next slide, please. Throughout this time, as we work through remote instruction to comprehensive distance learning, and now as we move into limited in-person and hybrid, we've had these guiding principles. They remain unchanged. We've centered racial equity and social justice in this process in all our thinking as we move forward. Then our next priority has always been to ensure the health and wellness of our students, staff, and larger community. We've talked repeatedly about the importance of cultivating connection and relationship, and I think We saw some of the evidence of that with the great work that our teachers and our schools did in conjunction with our students last year to increase the graduation rate despite the pandemic. And then finally, obviously, this has really offered a great opportunity for innovation, and we're continuing to look forward and innovate as we move through. Next slide, please. So throughout this time, there have been changes to the metrics over time as science has evolved and as we've had additional information. In January, in early January, around the 19th, the state revised the guidelines again for the metrics. And with this latest revision, we find ourselves in a very different position where the metrics now would support an immediate expansion of in-person services for students, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So if you look at the graph on the left, shows the blue line shows the trend of case rates over a 2-week period of time, starting in November and carrying through the second week of January. What you see is that we had a peak and then it declined over time. But with the prior metric thresholds that came out in October, we were still well above that red cut line for comprehensive distance learning mandating that. With this most recent release, the cut point for entry into comprehensive distance learning or mandating comprehensive distance learning, it was set at 350 cases over every 2 weeks, or 25 cases per day. This aligns very well, and actually it was driven by the Harvard Global Health Institute's framework. And at that point, at 25 cases a day, the Harvard Global Health Institute framework suggests that that's a tipping point where stay-at-home orders are required. And at this point, clearly we're below that line. As of last week, we were sitting at 293 cases. Today, we're sitting at 243 cases over a 2-week period. And our daily rates look pretty constant. It looks like we'll be around 250 next week as well. And so we're now in a position where we can immediately look to beginning to expand in-person opportunities at our schools. Next slide, please. While this affords us the opportunity to expand in-person opportunities in our schools, it doesn't, again, take away from all the requirements necessary to maintain the health and safety of our students, our staff, and the community as a whole. There are well over 100 requirements in the Ready School Safe Learners document that are mandatory and that remain mandatory. Some of the more salient ones I'll touch on now, the ones that really have a lot of implications for what we can do and how we can open, are still in place, and we're absolutely prepared to do these things. We have to screen students at the entrance of every school. Students are required to wear face masks, except in cases where medical or disability comes into play. We must have symptom spaces for symptomatic individuals, students, and staff. We are obligated to have 35 square feet of space per individual in a classroom in order that students can have and staff can have that 6 foot of physical space between themselves and others. As we move forward and we look at hybrid and also limited in-person activities, we also have to create stable cohorts in our buildings so that we can support contact tracing and also respond if a case appears. And within that, we're required to minimize the number of cohorts that a student interacts with, and fundamentally can't allow a student to interact with more than 100 other students or staff within a week. And it really puts a cap then on the number of interactions and, again, ensures safety. Obviously, we still have to maintain cleaning protocols, disinfecting high-touch surfaces. We've spent a great deal of time working with industrial hygienists around air quality, including filtration and running our systems more frequently to keep air circulating within the buildings. And again, just reinforcing the basic public health policies around hand washing, physical distancing, et cetera. And again, putting those in place with signage around the buildings to support that. Next slide, please. We have a brief video that will help folks get a little bit of a picture of what that can look like in one of our buildings. And I'll be quiet here momentarily if we could get that video to run with sound.
And thank you to KGW and Christine Potowanich for doing some of this visual work for us.
It's telling people not to come in if they're sick and to wear masks. The first thing you see when you walk through the door is hand sanitizer. Then, if you're a guest or a parent, you've got to grab a clean pen and sign in. And as you walk through the school, there are signs all over the place. This one reminding people to keep 6 feet apart. Throughout all the hallways, there are markings on the floor telling kids which direction they need to walk. And when you go into the main office, there are safety protocols as well. For instance, there are markings on the floor telling you where to stand, and staff are protected by these plexiglass barriers. Inside classrooms, desks are spaced 6 feet apart. Dr. Sean Bird, Chief of Schools, says each classroom can fit up to 20 kids maximum, but because of classroom sizes, it'll probably be more like 13 to 15 kids.
They're marked with the capacity, so this is to make sure we have physical distancing in place. So this classroom can hold 14 people.
Custodians will clean classrooms daily, and there will also be reminders to stay safe, playing over the intercom.
Thank you for helping maintain the health and safety of the building.
And throughout the school, you'll notice a number of rooms called symptom spaces. These are areas where symptomatic kids and adults can go.
So in our symptom spaces, we'll have standalone air purifiers to just as an added measure of safety in those rooms. And then we're running our HVAC systems for longer during the day. We have a industrial hygienist that we consult with that is looking at all of our spaces.
If you're wondering about kids coming at the same time, each school building will have multiple entrances. Limited in-person instruction will consist of about 2 hours per day on top of distance learning.
It won't be a full-scale reopening right away, but we do hope that as vaccines are administered, then we can welcome more and more students back over time.
The Portland Public School District gave us a list of the schools expected to be in this initial phase of limited in-person instruction. It includes 16 elementary schools, as well as 2 high schools and a couple alternative programs. The district is still working to determine which middle schools might be involved.
Thank you. I find the video to be helpful. You know, sometimes we talk about these health and safety requirements, and it's maybe a little bit hard for folks to visualize them. And this is the opportunity for folks to actually see what it looks like in a building and see the substantial preparation that our operations team and our schools have done in order to be prepared to safely bring students back into our schools. With that, I'm going to transition now to Chief Reese, who's going to talk with us a little bit about vaccination and the rolling vaccination plan. Next slide,
Thank
please.
you. Thank you, Dr. Brown. Can we move to the next slide? Early in January, the district staff convened a vaccine team to be ready for any eventuality regarding distribution of vaccines. And I have to say I'm grateful for that foresight, because if tonight's update had come yesterday or the day before or even Friday, it would have looked very different than it does this evening. But rather than take you on a journey of what has occurred over the past few weeks, I can focus on where we are today. We do have a mega vaccine clinic up and running, hosted by our healthcare partners, OHSU, Kaiser Legacy, and Providence at the Oregon Convention Center that is streamlining the process for vaccinations. The scheduling for the mega clinic with regard to K-12, pre-K-12 staff and the staff of our community partners began today. And based on a change in direction that we received details of just late last night, right about 24 hours ago, that scheduling process is going through an Oregon Health Authority website that's not connected to Portland Public Schools. We are facilitating communication and information about that website. So again, the first appointments opened or were able to get them today. To begin appointments tomorrow at the Oregon Convention Center. OHA is a scheduling process, and the capacity of their website has been rocky. What we expect is that OHA will be ironing out those kinks over time, and that, like all things COVID, we need to lead with patience and perseverance through these unknowns. The mega clinic is anticipated to run 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week, and it can handle, is our understanding, 2,000 vaccinations a day. First step for vaccines within the pre-K 12 group are those providing direct in-person support to students. That would be limited in-person instruction. That would also be our nutrition services staff who have been feeding our community from the beginning of the pandemic, our bus drivers who are out delivering food and curriculum and other resources to our students. Also in this first wave are kindergarten teachers and support staff. Everything pivots on vaccine supply, but if we proceed on this plan, that it will take about a month to go through the metro area in this group. We are providing support to our staff to facilitate information. We have a vaccine information webpage that we set up. We have set up a specialized email to respond to the many, many questions about vaccinations. And we are hosting a vaccine town hall, co-hosting a vaccine town hall with Multnomah County and the Coalition of Communities of Color. That will be at start at 5 o'clock on Friday. So next slide. I'm going to transition to Dr. Bird.
Okay. Can I ask one question before you move on? Just a clarifying question.
Yes.
So you said that you thought the process would be completed in a month. Is that for both shots or just the first?
That is the first shot. So what will happen, Director Moore, is upon receiving your first dose, you will be automatically scheduled for the second dose, depending on which of the vaccines you get, because it's a different timeline if it's Moderna or Pfizer. And so you can take that month and add a couple weeks to it.
I just want to add, not to be overly optimistic, but the convention center capacity is far more than 2,000 a day. So that's not the limiting factor. So I know the healthcare providers are working to see if they can increase those numbers over time. So again, I know they're saying 2,000 a day now, and I don't want to be overly optimistic, but I think there is an opportunity for them to ramp that up over the next few weeks.
I have heard the same thing, Dr. Scott.
Not to interject, we certainly know the facility can handle more. The real limiting factor is the number of doses made available.
And to that point, one of the things that is important is for advocacy and to the extent, the district or the board can help with this to make sure that the region is getting our share of vaccine. Right now, the vaccine is being distributed somewhat evenly throughout the state, despite population differences. So I think that's something that we should be talking to the state about in terms of making sure that proportionally the Portland metro area is receiving the amount of vaccine, the equivalent amount of vaccine per capita that other areas of the state are receiving.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. So as Dr. Brown mentioned, we will begin our third quarter, which is on February 1st in comprehensive distance learning, but we will quickly roll out limited in-person instruction, or LIPI as it's known. And that will actually start this week with Madison High School on Thursday. Our first limited in-person program will start. Next slide. So limited in-person instruction is just as it is named. We would like to be able to serve as many students as possible. We do have some limits, as Dr. Brown described at the outset of this presentation. Students can be in cohorts of no more than 20, but as you saw in the news story, the practical reality of our classrooms is 13 to 15 will fit in most of them. And we need to have a database approach to how we select students to come to limited in-person instruction. So we have asked our principals to use data to inform their decisions about the types of programming they're going to offer. So in this first phase, we have 19 school sites, with Madison being the first one to open. By February 8th, you'll have the 10 childcare sites that we offer currently childcare at will be open, as well as our 6 CSI elementary schools, and Grant High School also will be open. By February 22nd, we'll add another group of schools, our TSI, which is Targeted Support and Intervention, and Title I schools as well. So that will bring the total to 45 sites. And then by March 1st, nearly every school site will offer some version of limited in-person instruction. So we need to just understand that LIPI is aimed at meeting specific needs of a targeted group of students, and is based on either educational need or social emotional need and curriculum and instruction. So we've asked our principals to look at their data in elementary school for literacy, math, and social emotional learning, and look at those students who are not engaging as much as we would like them to, or who have other barriers to access education, and reach out to them first. And for high school, it's largely credit recovery. We have juniors and seniors who are aiming towards graduation here or seniors aiming towards graduation in June. So we want to make sure that they are caught up. We have, so the high school programs will look pretty similar across the district. So school administrators have been identifying the students that are eligible, and they're reaching out to families individually, making sure that families understand that this is optional and that it is, we want to make sure that they feel safe. We know that there are concerns among people about the impact of coronavirus on certain communities of color particularly. And we also know that those schools have students that have particular educational needs. So we want to give families the choice of making that decision for themselves. We're going to provide all the safety that was outlined by Dr. Brown, and we want to make sure families have a good understanding of what's happening in our classroom. We're doing lots of outreach. We're making a lot of documents public and transparent of what we're doing to provide safety in our classrooms, and then families will be able to make that decision. Each LIPI session will run for 2 hours because it's designed to supplement instruction that's currently happening in the building. It doesn't take the place of a comprehensive distance learning. It's designed to supplement. So think of it as intervention. And there's also some other activities that are happening, such as athletics, which we've had 4,200 students participate in strength and conditioning training in our athletic programs. And we'll also be adding, we're excited to say, choir and band in a physically distanced outdoor environment that will begin in February as well. So next slide.
Dr. Bird, before you move on, just a question about the, just because I don't think there's widespread understanding of what exactly limited in-person instruction is, or that it's not going to be for all students. So on that last slide, so you don't, for example, you don't have to be a Grant High School student, but you would have had to have been identified by your principal. So you could attend let's use a different example. You could attend Cleveland, where your principal identified that you have some credit recovery or some other issues. So you would be attending Grant to get your limited in-person instruction. So like not your, at least in that first phase. Is that right?
No, so right now it's going to be by school. There are some schools that are going to be working together as we expand offerings. So the high schools will probably roll out quicker than their phases that they're in. And that's the other thing, that's a good point to bring up too, though, is that if you're a phase 3 school and you're ready to go and you have teachers that have volunteered to participate and you have a plan to submit, you can start before your phase starts. We just want to make sure that people had time to plan carefully and that we could get transportation, the transportation needs of all of our students met. So we are offering transportation to anybody that needs it. And our transportation department, that does take time to build up to. So that's why we ask for plans to be submitted. There's a timeline for the plan to be submitted, and there's a 2-week period where we approve it, line up the transportation, and then start the program. So students will be attending for limited in-person instruction. For the most part, they'll be attending their own school. There are a couple of examples of elementary schools that are working together. In addition, though, to limited in-person instruction for high schools, the example that you particularly asked about, there are credit recovery activities going on all the time. Even they're in a remote setting, but we have substitute teachers working with students in high school to recover credit, and we also have our virtual scholars program and other credit recovery activities that are ongoing.
So those 19 and 45 school sites, assuming they start on time versus early, those are specific schools, and you need to be a student at those schools. Correct. And invited by your principal.
Correct.
Okay, great. And what percentage of the students is like phase 1 and phase 2 of the district population? Is it like 10% or?
So phase 1, So we have 81 schools, so 19 schools is, so by February 22nd, it's more than half the schools will be up and running.
But it's only going to be a small percentage of actual schools.
Yeah, so that's correct. So some schools are starting off small, and again, keep in mind that as vaccines are administered to education professionals, then we anticipate more people will be comfortable, and we anticipate that these programs are starting small and are growing. Principals have told us that they have teachers that are very interested in serving students once they are vaccinated, because there are people that have situations where they need to have a vaccination before they can return due to lots of reasons. So we do anticipate that there'll be a smaller rollout and then growing over time. Next slide. I spoke about this already. I just want to highlight that there are OSAA competitive sports seasons that are starting. Full contact sports are prohibited by the OHA, so not all of, so for example, football will not is a full contact sport, so it will not be a competitive sport, but they are still participating in some strength and conditioning activities. Other sports will be playing in those dates that you see there on the screen. And we are, again, excited to offer VAPA. So it's another opportunity for students to be involved. One of the things that we've learned in outreach to our community is that one of the biggest concerns that parents have is, besides the academic component of this, is the social emotional component and the mental well-being of their students. So we want to give students as many opportunities as possible to be involved when we can in a safe environment. Next slide. So the big news here is that hybrid instruction, which is what will be the first return to opening of our schools in some larger scale fashion, will occur if everything goes well and educators are getting vaccinated as they're on target to do, and we continue to have case rates that are meeting the metrics that allow us to reopen for hybrid instruction. So we anticipate that most students will be in some form of hybrid instruction by early April. And so to facilitate that process, by February 2nd, which is next Tuesday, we'll be making available an online form so that families can share with us their choice if they choose to, if they would like to participate in some hybrid instruction, or if they would like to remain in comprehensive distance learning. And so the hybrid instruction will be that students will go to school a couple of days a week and be home a couple of days a week. And parents will lay out options for parents to be able to make an informed decision. So K through 8 is one, let's talk about it, elementary school. K through 5, we are confident we can, we have a roadmap to do a full hybrid offering. 6 through 8, because of the limitations that we have for the number of students that may interact with each other during the week, that limit right now is 100. If that does not change, then what we are planning on is offering the core classes would be in a hybrid model, because everybody in 6th grade can stay together for, they can stay with their cohort for math, science, English, and social studies. And for their electives, they would likely remain in comprehensive distance learning so that they're not interacting with too many students. In high school, it becomes a little more challenging because, as you know, high school electives, those are mixed grade level electives, as well as when students are in a class, and if they fail a class, they might be in mixed grade level classes, or if they're accelerated, they would be in mixed grade level classes. So for example, when I was a teacher, I taught 11th grade English, but I actually had students in every grade level in my class. So that it becomes very challenging to keep those cohorts intact where they're not interacting with more than 100 students. So we're looking at different options, and we want to serve as many students on campus as we can. But what we are looking at realistically is that there'll be expanded limited in person for high school, and then some comprehensive distance learning element as well. Beyond that, we're looking at what we would typically think of as summer school. We're calling that quarter 5, and that's a time for learning recovery. So it'll be an expanded summer offering, because we know that students will need some more contact with teachers. And so we are planning for a much more robust summer program than we would normally offer, and open to more students than normally we would offer. So we are currently working on those plans. And we'll be able to share more information with you shortly about our Q5 plans. Next slide.
And Chief Byrd, with that Q5, are you thinking about that for all grade levels?
Yes, it would be across the school district. Yeah, definitely. So we do want to just remind you that throughout this pandemic, and as we think about limited in-person instruction and then returning to hybrid instruction where kids are coming back to school, is that, you know, these are the things we have focused on. Is first of all, what's been really important, and our teachers have done an amazing job of making sure that our students feel some sense of belonging. You see that in elementary classes with the morning meetings. You see that as evidence in our high school classes where teachers did not assign an inordinate number of Fs in the first semester. We had a lot of teachers assign the grade of no grade or incomplete so that students could feel, you know, that they were not going to be behind. They could catch up and they could recover from things that were sort of out of their control. And then our middle school students, many of them are involved in an advisory program where they have about social emotional connections. We've also been fortunate that we have many of our culturally specific partners that normally do on-site work either after school or during the school day, have been working still remotely, and they've been tutoring students and have been making connections. And, you know, we often rely on these partnerships because, you know, the most important element in a child's school experience is that they have a positive relationship with a caring adult. Of course, we have that with teachers, and we also have that with our culturally specific partners that work in our schools and have relationships with our kids. So they've been great to us, and they have been to our students, and they have been continuing to support us in different ways. We have, as you know, from a central level, designed lesson plans for teachers so that they could you know, use those as an aid to them in planning for online instruction. And we've also made improvements to that throughout the school year based on feedback from teachers. Technology, we've had at Roosevelt High School that early on they realized that there was an issue where kids may have had the equipment that they needed, but they didn't necessarily know how to connect and how to access all the different platforms. So they early on brought in small groups of students to help facilitate their instructional technology use, but also they also had other people on hand. We hired this year more counselors and social workers throughout the district, and they had at Roosevelt and many other schools have had mental health supports for students. So it's been a one-stop shop for many different needs at many of our schools. And so we'll continue to do that. We would like to be able to, you know, serve every student in an in-person environment, but we know we can't do that right now based upon the health metrics and the constraints that we must follow to make sure that we have a safe environment for both employees and students. So the limited in-person instruction will be limited. It will be our principals reaching out to invite people to join. We plan and hope to expand that as we lead up to hybrid. But we do have these other supports in place that will not be going away. Next slide. And we'll take your questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all that. The details. I know several board members have been able to tour some of the sites as we get ready for LIPI. What questions do we have, board members?
I have a question about the ventilation. This is Director DePass. I know that we have one school in our system that has excellent ventilation. That would be Harriet Tubman, but I'm concerned about the other buildings that are average age of about 80 years old in our portfolio. And what are we doing about those? How can we be confident that the air filtration systems are working, the HVAC systems are working and comprehensive in every building, particularly those where we're starting?
Sure, there have been air purifiers ordered for every symptom space, but even more than that, in areas where there is ventilation concerns, and those air purifiers can be put in those spaces. I think we've ordered nearly 400 of those for that purpose. We also are running our ventilation systems longer in the day than we normally would, because the air needs to be circulated in order to, that's the recommendation of the industrial hygienists which I'm not an expert in. But our COO is preparing, Dan Young is preparing a one-page FAQ to explain this in greater detail. But there has been consultation with industrial hygienists and HVAC experts, and the county. We have been in consultation with them, and all of our buildings have been, as they've been going in to take out furniture and to prepare for physical distancing, they're also doing an evaluation of those HVAC systems and ventilation systems.
Dan Young has been teleported into the space. Did you want to add to that? Not too bad, Dr. Bird.
Yeah, good evening. No, actually, Dr. Bird did a great job. I can give a little bit of context from process. So early on in this process, when we were looking at our ventilation systems, we didn't want to make decisions on our own, and we're not all in-house public health experts. So what we did very early on was reached out to Multnomah County Public Health to get their direction on how to proceed. And what they recommended that we do is hire a certified industrial hygienist to help us create a plan for the entire district. So that's what we did. We hired PPS Engineering and Environmental to help us create this plan. And over the course of several months, we worked with PBS to put together a plan that would apply to our 80+ schools and our over 200 buildings. And what they did and what we did is we utilized the guidance that was out there for ventilation systems. So the plan that we created conforms to the guidance of the CDC, the EPA, OSHA. ASHRAE is another one, which is the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. So that's kind of like the HVAC association in the country, and also Multnomah County Public Health. And so as Sean notes, what some of those specifics of that plan are attempting to really maximize the outside air that we bring into the system. So we've adjusted our system to increase our dampers. So what we're doing is we're bringing in more outside air. We're running our systems longer throughout the day, as Sean noted, so roughly 4 hours longer, and running it continuously throughout the day. We created maintenance checklists and hired outside mechanical contractors to go through every one of our buildings and complete checklists on our buildings to make sure that the systems are working properly. So those are things that we put together in the plan. We then met again with Multnomah County to make sure that that conformed to all the guidance that they had and that they were aware of. And they were actually really happy with what we put together. And then we implemented that plan. So those are some of the steps that we take in the process we went through to ensure that our systems are operating at maximum capacity.
Can you give us the latest on testing capability? I know we're dependent on system partners in order to have that kind of capability. Can you give us the lay of the land there and expectations going forward?
So I'll lean in on that. The most recent guidance from the state in terms of raised school safe learners does specify the need to have a testing program in place, specifically if you're operating outside the metric framework. Right now we'd be operating within. And the testing, the guidance around testing that they are advocating for is for symptomatic individuals and to have that in place. We have begun that conversation with our health department about what would be available. I think we would prefer a more robust testing program, and one that would test not just symptomatic but also asymptomatic individuals. This would really facilitate an opportunity for us to be able to catch things early and respond in a way to maximize keeping our schools open as much as possible. While it's specified in the guidance right now, again, we're working with the county to articulate the plan moving forward and the availability of it. I don't have more specifics around this because I think there's still a little bit of a lag on, much like we're doing with the vaccines. I think there's a little bit of a lag on the specifics around this at this point in time. But it is something that, to Director Scott's point earlier, we would certainly appreciate advocacy from the board with respect to maybe expanded testing opportunities for our schools.
And on that advocacy point, I think board members have seen the most recent letter from the council to Biden administration, who we know this new federal administration has started to talk about making sure that K-12 has capacity and resources to make testing more ubiquitous. So we hope that there's follow through there, but this is still an evolving conversation with our local authorities and partners.
Any further questions?
Well, I have a, oh, go ahead, Nathaniel.
Thanks. So I was wondering, Lippy beginning district-wide on March 1st will be optional. And I believe you also said that the following more widespread hybrid instruction would also be optional, which I fully support. I was wondering if we have a rough estimate as to when this optional period would end and what metrics we'd be looking at to make that determination.
You want to know when the optional period would end? Is that what your question was?
Right.
So I think, for the rest of so yes, you're correct. Lippy is optional for students, and we will send out a registration query about hybrid. And so that would take us through the end of the school year. And then, we'll be constantly monitoring the vaccination distribution throughout the spring and summer to see when those metrics move down to where it will be safe to, open as regular school, quote unquote. So that is dependent upon health metrics. But the remainder of the school year, for all practical purposes, would be most likely in hybrid. That would be the option, beginning in early April.
So I'll jump in. It's a brief question, but a little bit of a sort of just a longer setup, but I know it's late and I'm tired, so I'll try and be quick. But I really appreciate this information tonight. And I think, one of the things we've been hearing from a lot of families is we need some timelines and some dates in terms of what things are going to happen. And so I think beginning to get that concrete timelines out there is helpful. My question is going to be around those timelines and whether we can accelerate them. But getting to that, I want to point out, I think it's really easy to ask the question, and I get this a lot. I know we all are, is why haven't we opened yet? And I think that, one of the things to look at when you look at the standard operating procedures the district has put together, and I think are part of the communication that people are receiving, it gives a really good sense of the issues in play and the Herculean efforts needed to reopen safely. And staff have been working on that, for months, and it is extremely complex to reopen schools. We said as a board, and I know the superintendent said at the beginning of this pandemic, we were going to let public health and science guide our decisions. And I think we've done that. I think it's worth pointing out at this point where we are that the science is relatively clear, and the science is saying that schools can be open safely when appropriate measures are in place. And I think the studies have also shown that the cost of distance learning on our students' academic and social and emotional health is very, very high. There was a CDC study released today that you can read about in the Washington Post and other newspapers. And just to quote, Dr. Honan, who's the lead author of the Journal of American Medical Association report, she says, the conclusion here is that with proper prevention efforts, we can keep transmission in schools and educational settings quite low. One of the studies that the CDC looked at was the study out of North Carolina, which a lot of people have talked about. They had 90,000 students and staff attending school and found that within school virus transmissions are very, very rare. There were 32 infections that were acquired in the school versus 773 infections that were acquired somewhere else in the community. And the study found, and this is remarkable, the study found no cases of student to staff transmission. So 90,000 students and staff with 0 cases of student to staff transmission. So, I think it is becoming clear that we can do this safely. And I want to say a quick word sort of about our teachers, because that's come up in some news articles and other places. And I just want to say, personally, the teachers that we have in Portland Public Schools are essential to have a successful reopening. And without our teachers back in the classroom, there won't be a successful reopening to schools. Our teachers are already heroes. They were before the pandemic anyway, but they really have been up to this point. And they've done an incredible job adapting their lesson plans and curriculum to distance learning. They're working with brand new technology, and they're doing everything they can to support the students during a pandemic. And if you talk to the teachers, they are working harder than they ever have, right, to sort of make this as successful as we can. But I think they also will agree this is not a substitute for in-person classroom learning. I also think it's worth pointing out our teachers have legitimate concerns. They have concerns about their own health. They have concerns about the health of their family and loved ones, concerns about the health of the students and their students' families. And they're the same concerns that all of us have. When I toured Woodmere last week to see what it looks like to have Lippy and potentially moving on to hybrid, and I stood in a gym with 30 other people who were all masked and all socially distanced, it felt wrong. And it felt wrong because it's been 10 months since I was in a room with that many people. But I'm also confident that it was done safely. And I think what's going to be really important over the next few weeks is, we need to be sharing the evidence that's out there about the safety of reopening schools. We need to answer the questions from our teachers. We need to be transparent about everything we're doing to keep our teachers safe, because the bottom line is that our kids and our community are going to need our teachers to feel and to be safe so that we can start repairing some of that damage that this virus is doing to our children's education and our children's social and emotional well-being. So with that very long setup at 11 o'clock at night, I'm curious to ask the superintendent whether it would be possible and what factors are needed to safely accelerate reopening and what the barriers might be that would prevent us from accelerating that reopening.
Well, I think you've heard a few highlights this evening, and families and directors will note the 9-page briefing that they're also getting with more details, which we said we would provide our community. Some of the key ones, obviously, we want our employees to some safety precautions made available to them. So you just heard about the vaccine rollout, more doses, that's a key factor. The other is we are still working under Ready School guidelines by the Oregon Department of Ed. So you heard about some of the constraints there. And so that puts a limitation on how many students we can have back on campus. So hopefully the metrics will continue to trend downwards. That gives us a little bit more flexibility, but the need to maintain cohorting and social distancing parameters makes the model that we can put forth puts a limit on that. So I think we'd all love to be fully reopened, but I think this is going to be sort of a gradual turning the dial on or opening the valve to create more and more expanded in-person opportunities. And I think, frankly, some of it, and I'm glad that we're starting with an initial set of schools, we're going to learn a lot through this process. I think, as you know, standing in even a large size space like a gym with a number of people, it's us getting comfortable with, those new protocols for health and safety in our buildings. So, as you know, we've certainly made suggestions about ways that we think that the guidelines could offer a little more flexibility. We've worked with the other city, larger districts in the state and pointed out where things become difficult. And I'll just point it out here, how do you implement a hybrid model schedule in the high schools? We still don't have a clear example of what that looks like without really limiting the number of students that are on campus. So these are all the questions that, we're trying to be as creative as possible about, but these are some of the variables that still need resolution for us. We brought up the testing, so we still need a capacity to do that. That's going to be another important way that we safeguard ourselves as we are on campus as well. And team, if I'm missing an obvious one at this late hour, please chime in as well.
Thanks. I just want to amplify because I think it's really important. Even if we felt that it was safe to reopen by February 15th or March 1st, and even if our teachers felt that it was safe to reopen under the existing state guidelines, we are not allowed to do that. And I just think that's an important point to put out there as we have this conversation moving forward. So thanks.
I would be curious, I don't know, we're focusing on students, but as a board, we're going to have to at some point meet in person again. And I'm wondering if anybody has given any thought to when that might happen. Of course, it would have to be safe. But I feel like if we are asking our stakeholders, our students, families, and teachers to come back, that we should consider when we're going to come back to. It doesn't need to be answered tonight, but it's a question I've had on my mind.
Talk to me after I'm vaccinated.
I think we got our first consideration of that question in our in the memo that you just referred to, Superintendent, where we begin to contemplate moving back to in-person board meetings as you're contemplating your limited staff in person in central office. So I know Roseanne's working further on defining that.
I know that this is a conversation that we want to have with board leadership. We've certainly thought ahead and have a larger space prepared for our gradual return. But I think just like with campuses, we want to make sure we have the precautions in place. I'd like to say, let's all start by setting the example. But the fact is, I'll be last in line, and I'm not going to deny that vaccine dose to a classified staff, a frontline worker, a bus driver, a nutrition worker. So I think that would be sort of one of the conditions by which we want to make sure everybody's had that opportunity. And you all also have that opportunity, so we can start to meet in person as well.
It's late. Sometime soon, I still have a lot of questions about how hybrid would work. Particularly if I'm a classroom teacher who, even splitting in half, I want to see how that works. What are my responsibilities online in CDL, and what are my responsibilities in class? How many? That's like, 2 lesson plans going, and just how that planning time would work, all those things. And then what if my class has to be split in 3 in person because I can't fit half into that smallest space? What's that going to look like for me as a teacher? And again, it's late, and that deserves a kind of a, your week or a sample week, and how that would differ at different levels.
That's a great set of questions, Director Bailey. And I think Director Scott said it earlier. I mean, schools are people-run business. We can't do this work without our much valued teachers, but that's exactly the kinds of ongoing conversations we're engaged with them about how to do that. But the 2 people, on the screen here who are really at the table trying to hash those things out are Sharon Reese and Sean Bird. So do you want to offer a quick response here?
I'll defer to Sharon. I mean,
not everybody all at once.
We are we're beginning to talk about those issues with our labor partners. I mean, there's early discussions about those issues. Sharon, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think that really captures the critical component. There are a lot of challenges to overcome in offering hybrid. The sorts of models that we've seen vary from different sorts of schedules, simulcast. I mean, there's options out there. None of them are necessarily easy to implement. So we are still very much at the drawing board stage.
So I lost a little bit of that, Sharon, but I'm assuming we don't have the technology to do any kind of simulcast on a mass basis.
We have actually explored that, and I don't have an update for you, Director Bailey, at this point in time. But we have explored what would that look like and what would the cost of that be. As we have been looking at a number of different possible scenarios.
Yeah, and I would just add that there are a lot of we're going to present various options soon, and so we're working on that. We have groups of people working on that, and it's going to require some modifications, in our particularly in our secondary schools, just because of the numbers that we're dealing with. So, we'll be able to come back with some options.
We won't have him go into all the specifics, but since you asked Director Bailey, Don Wolf has also been teleported in, and he can give you just a little bit of a taste of some of the exploring he's done with how to use some added technology tools to simulcast and otherwise. Don?
Sorry, first time I've been teleported, and so I'm trying to figure out the controls on that in a webinar. I'm standing up in a little dark. We have been exploring what a simulcast will look like and what it would take to bring in a camera and microphones that can be portable and mobile to be able to follow a teacher around, to be able to present the same instruction that's going on in the classroom at home. Working on looking at some different models from other school districts around the country that have employed, and seeing where we're going to land with all of this functionality as we move forward, what the ultimate model is going to look like. Again, that's going to be done in partner with our labor organizations. So that will be a key component on how we roll this out.
Okay.
So I just don't want the takeaway to be that PPS is going to start simulcasting all of its lessons. All I'm suggesting here is that we're exploring it. Is it another tool that could have some value or help to add to our arsenal? And these are the kinds of, and we certainly don't want to put another burden on our educators who are, we know, already sort of challenged with trying to offer, you know, the kind of connection and instruction that we hope that they continue to focus on.
May I ask a question regarding, I mean, we're talking about simulcasting and teleporting. Have we given any thought to having outdoor lessons? I mean, for those of you that aren't from Portland, the weather actually does get better, usually around July 5th, but it's tolerable through the spring months, you know, with the right equipment on. Have we given any thought to outdoor lessons where a simulcast could happen?
So the recent guidance for Ready School Safe Learners actually provides some expanded guidance for outdoor learning. And Dr. Bird earlier mentioned expanding opportunities for visual and performing arts outdoors. And yes, this is definitely on the table and definitely part of what's being considered moving forward.
Can I just, in my role as pretend public health person, I want to just say all of this is predicated on the infection numbers continuing to decline, or at minimum staying stable. So it means that we can't throw open the doors, and neither can anybody else. Everybody needs to continue to wear their masks, you know, physically distance, wash your hands, do all of the things you're supposed to have been doing for the last year. And if people become fatigued and less diligent about doing that, we're going to see the numbers go back up. And if they do, we're not going to be able to open. And I just want to also note that we are looking at the arrival probably of much more contagious viruses. So we need to actually redouble efforts to maintain all of the safety precautions that we've been taking all along. So I just felt compelled to say that.
Thanks, Rita. Anything else before we still have to hear from our student representative, and we still have some other business? Is there anything else before we move on to those other pieces ahead of us tonight?
I just want to say thanks to everybody who worked on making it possible to do the performing arts. The kids are super, super excited about that. So thank you, Superintendent, for valuing that, and for your team for putting it together.
Yes, you really do deserve that award you won about the arts, Superintendent. So you're putting your money where your mouth is and making this happen. So I know the students really appreciate it. Look, he's holding it up. What is it called?
I didn't mention it in my report, but I am very humbled and appreciative of the Oregon Music Education Association's naming me Outstanding Administrator this year. And I accept it proudly on behalf of our music educators here at PPS for continuing to make it a priority. I too, Director DePass, am looking forward to seeing on all of our campuses a little more activity starting up And we'll keep doing the PSAs. Folks should not stop washing their hands. Keep wearing your masks, and there'll be a lot of that going on in our schools.
All right, thank you all so very much. I know it's been a ton of work, and I know we still have a long way to go, but it feels like we're starting this process of reopening, and that's very hopeful. All right, we turn now to Student Representative Shu. I'm sorry it's so late. I know it's finals week, and I know you have some other students who are here gonna help answer questions tonight. So Kara, can you teleport in, I think it's Jackson, Tay, and Parker, so that Nathaniel can now give his report. Thank you, Student Representative Shu.
All right, let's see if this Zoom thing is still cooperating. All right. All right. So you should be able to see just one slide, no more, no notes or anything, just one slide, and it should be the title page. Is that right?
Yes, that is what.
Okay. I can only see a couple people. Great. And we've got Jackson, Tay, and Parker in. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and get started then. So as many of you have probably heard, the DSC and I have been distributing a survey intended to gauge student thinking on the prospect of returning to in-person education now that it is within our power to do so. Now that the results of the survey are available, I would love to take tonight as an opportunity to present them to you and to answer any questions the board might have. First, I'd like to provide a bit of background for those still watching at home tonight as to what the DSC is, as well as why we put out the survey. Put simply, the DSC is a largely advisory parliamentary group of approximately 12 students from high schools across the district, which I am responsible for coordinating. It exists to elevate student voice and advocate for students' interests on a district-wide level. As reopening, or a lack thereof, is probably the most significant issue of this year, providing an accurate representation of our students' thinking is both critical and clearly aligned with our mission. But what made me realize the particular need for such a systematic form of outreach at this time was my recently seeing a number of op-eds and receiving a great number of emails regarding reopening that used some form of this basic argument, that the issue affects students more than anyone else, yet our voices aren't being heard, and therefore that particular writer shall speak on our behalf. It is my hope that this survey could serve as an empirical indication, but not a be-all, end-all measure of what our students are thinking. Before we get into the results, let's briefly go over the methodology of the survey. I created it via Google Forms, and it was distributed by DSC members, myself, as well as in the later stages, principals and teachers. It limited respondents to those within PPS and to one response each. The image on the right is a screenshot of its 5 questions. For the first 3, it asked respondents to respond on a scale of 1 to 10. Question 1 asked, compared to in-person school, how has your experience with distance learning been? With 1 being much worse and 10 being much better. Question 2 asked, how much do you want to get back to in-person school? With 1 being not at all and 10 being a great deal. Question 3 asked, without knowing more, how enthusiastic would you be about a PPS plan that would fully or partially reopen schools in around a month or 2, assume it would be compliant with public health guidelines, with 1 being very unenthusiastic and 10 being very enthusiastic. Question 4 provided respondents an opportunity to provide qualitative feedback on the prospect of reopening. And question 5 asked respondents where they currently attend school. Only high schools were listed, as DSC members are necessarily high schools, although there was another option and we did receive a number of middle and elementary school responses. While the survey was closed for data processing last Thursday, it has since been reopened, and I hope to provide an update in the not too distant future in the event that we receive considerably more responses, particularly out of currently underrepresented schools. From when the survey first went live on Insurrection Day to when it temporarily closed last Thursday, we received a grand total of 1,208 responses. which is roughly equivalent to 9.5% of our total high school population, or 2.4% of our overall student population. In particular, we have extremely high response rates from 4 schools: Cleveland, Benson, Jefferson, and MLC, with between 20 and 40% of all students responding. We have also received a moderate number of responses out of Madison and, well, my script says Wells Barnett, but it's Ida B. Wells, right? That's right, Ida B. Wells, with 4.4 and 3.6% respectively. All of our other high schools, with the exception of Pioneer, are represented to varying lesser degrees. The survey should not include DSC member responses, which were recorded through an identical but separate survey, and which did not vary all that much from the overall survey results, particularly in their answer to question 3, which was on average nearly indistinguishable. And here's a visual breakdown of where our responses came from. As you can see, Cleveland students account for the largest single group of respondents, with just shy of half of all responses. Benson and Jefferson account for about another third, while the remaining fifth or so being comprised of other schools. Dr. Brown, his team, and I would all like to emphasize that this is a real limitation. Despite a decent overall sample size, because a large majority of responses come from these 3 schools, we don't have sufficient data to generalize for all PPS students. However, since this survey was reopened Sunday, we have received about 300 new responses from Franklin, and I hope I can update it when we have more comprehensive and accurate data. And now the moment you've all been waiting for. On average, respondents are having a moderately worse time with distance learning, would like to get back to in-person school, but are somewhat more wary of a hypothetical PPS plan to get us there either in part or in whole in the next month or 2. On the right, you see the number of responses to each option for the 3 numerical questions. However, these generalizations hide sharp divisions in the student body. The responses had rather high standard deviations, with 2.46, 2.95, and 3.12 respectively. And while many respondents would like to see a return to in-person education soon, many others are very opposed to the idea. Around 26.8% report better experiences with CDL than in-person, with 3.6% responding with a 10 on question 1. Similarly, 40.7% answered between 1 and 5 on question 3, signaling some level of opposition to the hypothetical plan it describes. It's also worth noting here that there would appear to be an enthusiasm gap of sorts. Those who are in some way opposed to reopening in the near future generally tend to be much more strongly opinionated than those who favor it, which would only make sense given the physical health threat posed by COVID. In short, while we can identify some broad trends, such as a general animosity toward distance learning, a general desire to return to in-person school, and a somewhat modest level of support for a hypothetical PPS plan to get us there in the next month or 2, the respondents remain very much divided, particularly on question 3. And as such, there will be plenty of exceptions to any generalizations we come up with. Now let's turn to the demographics of our respondents. I'd like to give a shout out here to Dr. Brown's team, who were kind enough to find and assemble this data for us. As is unfortunately often the case in self-selecting surveys, historically underserved groups, that is to say Black/African American, Hispanic/Latinx, and Native American students, are underrepresented, although in this case by relatively small margins, while other groups, that is to say white and Asian students, are overrepresented. Pacific Islander students, meanwhile, are proportionally represented. What was surprising to me, at least, was how respondents varied by race, particularly to question 1. Historically underserved students generally reported having a better experience with distance learning than their white or Asian counterparts, as demonstrated by the top chart. This trend is similar among SPED students and emerging bilinguals. However, this greater support of CDL does not appear to translate into noticeably different responses to question 3, as shown below. And here we have a small sample of our qualitative responses to question 4, which asks, what would you like PPS to keep in mind as it considers if and how to return to in-person learning? Those on the right were selected by Dr. Brown's qualitative data analyst after a systematic review of all 925 responses. That analyst broke down the responses, all responses by theme, by far the most prevalent of which was health and safety apprehension, of which 41% of respondents expressed. Just so you know, I'll make that analysis document as well as a full record of all qualitative responses available to SLT, ELT, and the board, so that if you want to see the summary or all responses, you can do so. And now like to read out these selected responses. We've got, we are miserable in online school and want to get back to in-person as soon as possible. Even if we only get to go in once a week, consider the human interaction and motivation that would bring. This might be too much to ask, but to keep in mind how online school has affected our personal state/lives. Many of us have jobs now and also will have a hard time adjusting back into normal school. Even if you vaccinate teachers, that will not stop the spread between students, and youth under the age of 16 currently have no vaccine available. Both my parents are high risk, and so is my grandma. I cannot afford to get sick, and going to school, I would have a very high chance of getting sick. In addition, I selected this quote. I'm really struggling with distance learning. I have every incentive to support reopening. That said, I think it's the wrong thing to do. We will survive the effects of distance learning, but the same cannot so surely be said for carelessness in a pandemic. To sum up, in general, respondents report having a moderately worse time with distance learning, would like to get back to in-person school, but are somewhat more wary of a hypothetical plan to get us there in the next month or two. However, respondents are sharply divided, and any generalization we come up with will likely have exceptions. We received 1,208 responses from when the survey first opened to when it was temporarily closed for processing, with now over 300 additional responses since it was reopened. White and Asian students are overrepresented, whereas Black/African American, Hispanic/Latinx, and Native American students were underrepresented. The latter group tended to report having a better time with CDL than the former. I believe it is certainly worth finding out what accounts for that disparity and to see what aspects of distance learning therefore ought to be retained and what aspects ought not to be retained whenever it is that we do return to in-person. And because the large majority of responses come from 3 schools, we don't have sufficient data to generalize for all PPS students. Hopefully, as more results come in, I can provide that update relatively soon. And of course, I'd like to once again plug that we could use more responses, especially from those underrepresented schools. So if there are still any PPS students or anyone who knows any PPS students still on the line at this hour, I would very much encourage you to fill it out. Just scan the QR code there, go to the upper link or go to the bottom link and go to the Google Drive and then go to the link in the PDF. And that concludes my presentation. Do any board members have questions or comments for any of us?
Just thank you. I've done a lot of survey design. Really appreciated that you how you broke out the qualitative data. The word count was really interesting, and I'm really impressed by your response rate too. It's pretty high.
Yeah, that's really great data. Nathaniel, could you go back to the slide, the demographic breakdown slide? Just wanted to take one more look at that.
Yeah.
You can take other questions while I take one more look at it.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say, I think that the what you reported about the Black and Latinx, the responses you did get from those groups indicated that CDL was working for them. And your encouragement for us to explore why, I think, is a really interesting puzzle to solve.
So what percent of the survey takers so far were historically underserved?
I don't know the exact breakdown. Dr. Brown, can you speak?
Could you back up a slide? I thought we had the frequency by race in one of the slides in the deck.
No, I don't actually have it in the presentation, but I can pull it up within a minute if I ever succeed.
Not important now, but when after you're closed it the second time.
Yeah. What I would suggest is we can get that to you as a follow-up and the breakdown on that, because we did do an analysis that had the percentages by race, and then bucketed it by our underserved students versus our white and Asian, and so we can get that number to you. I appreciate Nathaniel trying to keep this relatively succinct. There's a lot of data there to work through, but be happy to get that to you as a follow-up.
Dr. Brown, this is Director Lowry. I just want to say thank you to you and your team. I know that the DSC really wanted to have student voice out there, and they created the survey, and then you came alongside them and helped them kind of refine some of the data analysis and pieces of it. And so just thank you so much for helping the students to do the work that they were trying to do here. That's definitely part of the work of the district, is that we learn and grow together, and we I know that I've learned from your expertise through Nathaniel's presentation tonight. So just really appreciate the way that kind of beautiful collaboration happened. So thank you for giving your time and your team's time to this work.
Not at all. It really was our pleasure, and we had a lot of fun in the back and forth in the dialogue as we went through it.
Yeah, we've got some pretty great students that hang out around these parts.
Is it possible to do a pivot table on those 3 questions and figure out what disaggregate by race, just as a follow-up step, and present that when you present those additional responses?
Absolutely, easy to do. I will say that it gets a little messy when you do it by every race. This is why we sort of bucketed it into the white and Asian versus underserved, because it makes it a little clearer, the contrast. So if you do the pivot table, because some of the racial groups, there we go, have such small proportions, sometimes that can be a little tricky to take a peek at. But of course, yeah, we can do a pivot table on.
Can I ask a question? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, my internet is oddly enough unstable. So I don't know if somebody's already asked this. So you got a pretty good response rate overall, but it sounds like the response rate from students of color is significantly lower. Given that COVID has had a disproportionate impact on communities of color, do you have any strategies that you're going to use to try to boost the numbers of responses from students of color?
Actually, Rita, the slide that's up now shows that it's not all that much different. It's not a huge difference.
Right. As I noted, significantly lower. And at this point, my main strategy is just get as possible and hope that those rates go up. But I agree that a targeted strategy could probably be useful. And I'm open to
what I've done to increase participation in various, from the city to energy efficiency consultancy has been to offer an incentive. I know that's not always possible and you have to resource that, but it can be as small as opportunity to win, one of 3 gift cards. I don't know what students are they still buying caffeine, drinking a lot of caffeine or not, but that can be a way to increase. And then also who you outreach to can be targeted as well. But the incentive really, I've done everything from gift cards to really literally to ammunition to get survey response to that.
I know that we also have Parker and Jackson here, and just I know you guys, it's 11:30 at night, and you have, although you're teenagers, you probably stay up late often. Probably, there may be a little more fun than watching school board meetings, although I'm not sure about that. given the 60 hours Jackson spent on the Southeast Guiding Coalition. But I just wanted to ask if either of you had anything you'd like to say about this survey, since you've stuck with us the whole night.
Well, I guess since I'm here, I might as well say something. I guess I'd like to start out something not entirely related to the survey, but I would like to extend a thank you to the folks from Ida B. Wells. It's a continued and a united front pushing for student voice. About the survey specifically, I think coming up with strategies to engage specifically underserved communities is always welcome. I don't know that I'm necessarily well versed enough, and I certainly am only part of one community. But I think, Michelle, if you'd be or Director DePass, if you'd be willing to help us or to make it a more equitable process, that's something that we are always open to. And we've, as Director Bailey said, the numbers aren't horrifically skewed, but we can always do better. And I think that's another continued goal of ours. So I'd be happy to work with or whenever works for you, scheduling wise, to get a plan for that set up. But Jackson, do you have anything to add?
Not really. I'm just kind of glad and also feel a little bit bad about having Cleveland be 50%, since that is my own school and Ailey's, I guess.
Alas, you were far too successful.
Yes, far too successful, I guess.
Yeah, I think Cleveland high school leaders, teachers, somebody emailed it to the whole student body from the staff, I think at the request of the leadership team. So it went out to everybody. So that may have helped the Cleveland numbers. But I think, DSC was talking at the policy committee meeting about how some schools have leadership, some schools have ASB. There's all sorts of different ways schools are structured for students to kind of lead in these ways. So I think, that may be part of what happened at Cleveland. So that may be, as you think about response rates, that may be something to consider as well. So, I want to thank you all for this great work you've done. And because it's late, I'm going to go ahead and have us move on to our board committee reports. I already know that we don't have one from the audit committee. Michelle, do you have any news about the bond improvement committee?
No, just that we will be doing an orientation this weekend for new members.
That's for the Bond Accountability Committee, right? The new members are on the BAC.
The Bond Accountability Committee, yes. And we have an upcoming meeting, and I don't have the date memorized, but nothing new to report.
All right, great. Thank you so much. We move now to CBRC. Rita, anything from CBRC?
We're having a meeting this Thursday.
Dr. Constam, anything from charter and alternative committees? Alternative programs? It's late.
Just that we laid out our schedule for the consideration of the full renewals of Opal School and Arthur Academy. It is late. Those are 2 full renewals this year. And I'll raise it again because I'm kind of following a few threads on this, but we had what I thought was a really good conversation, our whole committee, with some of our alternative school leaders, just about the community violence that's going on and that is really, really impacting our students, and particularly kids in our alternative schools. We have Helen's View has had 9 students or recent alumni die just in this school year from violence, mostly from gun violence. And so we had a good conversation about how can we really, as an institution, support our staff who are really struggling, and also, use everything at our disposal to support our students and families. And we even got to the point of some nuances of this conversation in terms of fears about returning back to school, because there's so much tension in the community that that's a place where kids can be, identified when they'll be there. So really, really sad, difficult, trying times. And one of our real leaders in our alternative school community said it's this epidemic of gun violence and is the worst he's ever seen. So it's related to the pandemic somewhat. And I personally think we're both doing a lot to support our staff and our families, but also that we need to be more explicit about talking about the responsibilities that we have to spur our broader community to pay attention to what's going on with our young people.
Thank you, Director Constant, for that heartbreaking and thoughtful call to action in a lot of ways. Director Scott, Intergovernmental Committee, have anything to report?
Yes, we are meeting on February 11th to discuss intergovernmental issues, such as an update on the legislature and other things along those lines.
I'm glad you are discussing issues pertinent to your committee's name. Director Moore, anything from policy?
Yes. So we met on Monday. It was another long and busy meeting. We continued talking about the climate crisis response policy. We introduced the topic of considering revisions to the student assignment policy in preparation for the phase 2 work in Southeast that is expected to start in about a month. We also considered some additional revisions to the preservation, maintenance, and disposition of district real property policy. And we unanimously recommended that it go for a first reading by the full board and recommended adoption. We also had an initial discussion about a new comprehensive sexuality education policy. And finally, last but not least, the student representatives presented a draft, some draft revisions to the policy governing student representatives and the student representative to the board and the district student council. We had some discussion about that. They're going to go back and work on it some more and bring it back to us at some point yet to be determined. We've got 2 policies that are currently out for public comment. The anti-racism and anti-oppression learning communities and that professional conduct policy. So anybody who has comments to offer, please get them in at your earliest convenience. That's it. We meet again in 3 weeks.
I can't believe policy was just yesterday, but if this meeting keeps going on long enough, it'll be the day before yesterday. All right, Rose Quarter, any updates?
That's killing my dog.
Yeah, I think that's feedback from
My
Director.
volume's not working.
Yeah, do you have any updates, Julia? Or Scott, do you have an update on Rose Quarter?
No, and Julia would be the one to have anything. She's our rep.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed it the other day. It conflicted with the policy committee meeting.
All right, thank you. Okay, and we obviously have talked about Southeast Guiding Coalition. Is there anything else before we adjourn our meeting tonight? All right. This meeting is the next regular meeting of the board will be held on February 9th. As I said earlier, we have canceled our study session because I don't know about you, but my brain is not ready to learn right now. We will schedule that for another time. This meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you all later. And Julia, can you make sure you connect with Kara about dates for the retreat tonight? Thank you. All right.